Good afternoon, everybody. We are here. We are live. I can see Tobe Kele Matinde. Good afternoon. Welcome. Good to see you here.
Good afternoon.
Can we hear? Good afternoon, Tobe Kele. Welcome. Good to have you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you clearly. Thank you very much. Can you hear me as well?
Yes, I can. I can hear you clearly. Yes, I can hear you. I'm also seeing Sonny Mohammed. Good to have everybody here. We are live today on the second annual Digital Citizenship Summit Nigeria. It's good to have everybody here. I can see Mrs. Charity Babatunde. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
I can hear you.
Good afternoon. Welcome, ma'am. All right,
here.
welcome, ma'am. Good afternoon. Okay, I can hear you. Thank you. I think we should mute our mic so that when one person is speaking, every other person can hear. Thank you. Welcome, Sunny. Yusuf, I can see everybody here. Welcome. Good afternoon. It's good to have us all here. So I'm going to kick off while we wait for other people to come in so that we don't take much of everybody's time. So we are here today once again to restart the conversation on digital citizenship in the classroom, the future of our classes, what we have now going, the emerging technologies we have all around us, and the way people are consuming it without really knowing where they are trading. So I would appreciate if everyone mutes their mic so that we could hear what each and every one of us would say, because the speakers will soon start coming up. Right now, we actually want to call in Marialis. I don't know if she's here. Marialis, are you here right now? Is she here? Wow. I can see Mrs. Waishoeto. Good afternoon, ma'am. Good to have you here, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good to have you all. Good to be here with you.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay. Marialis is not here. Marialis is meant to be here to open up this section. She's our first speaker here today. Israel, can
I think that
that
the passcode I was using to try to join was wrong. That's the one you sent today. So I tried it several times and it didn't go through. So I had to go to the previous one you sent a few days ago to try that one. That was the one that got me in. So if anybody is trying the one of today, they won't be able to get in, I think.
You're correct. I had that problem too. So I think you should check with all
brought you in.
Yes, and maybe send the passcode again.
Even to the to those who want to participate.
Okay.
Yes.
Because there's a problem with it.
Okay. Okay. Israel, please, I think you can hear what they are saying.
Yeah,
please
I'll look into that.
I actually had an issue coming in, so
I'll look into that now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, I don't know, probably before our first speaker comes in, I think we should kick off by giving a brief introduction of ourselves. Let me start with our speakers first. I can see, okay. Siwa, good afternoon, welcome. Thank you for coming in here. Mrs. Charity, can you please give us a brief introduction of yourself while we are waiting for the first speaker to come up, so that we don't keep everybody waiting.
Okay, I was actually going to suggest that maybe we wait a bit. I mean, because we have just like 10 people on now. But if you want, I can still go ahead.
Okay.
So which would you prefer? We have about 10 people. Still want me to go ahead?
Okay, I'm just being mindful of, I'm being mindful of everybody. Okay, probably we'll wait a little because I'm mindful of everybody's time. I don't want to take up our time. So, but let's go by your advice. Let's wait a little.
I think more people are joining now. So let's just see what happens in another 3 minutes or thereabout. Okay.
Yeah, yes. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, I see Sua Moyet. Hello, Sua, welcome. Thanks for joining in. I also see Sunday Uwai. Okay, no, Sunday, thanks for joining in. I also see George Geraldo. Thanks for joining in. Good to have everybody here to talk on this whole digital citizenship issue. So while we're still waiting, I don't know. Okay, people are coming in. Okay. All right. Israel, have you been able to confirm Maria Alice's presence? Can you hear me, Israel? Should we go ahead now and okay. Sorry for keeping everybody waiting. I'm trying to get through to Marialis. Okay, Marialis will be joining us soon. She's also having issues trying to get in, but it's being rectified at the moment. She will soon be joining us. Sorry for keeping everybody waiting. Okay, well, I don't think we'll be able to wait for Marialis. We have to go ahead. She will join us later. She will join us later. So
yeah, I'm letting the high confidence. Marialis is in.
Okay. 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 Fine. Hello, Maria Alice.
Yes.
Hello, Maria Alice, are you in? Okay. Okay,
Yes, I
fine.
was. Maybe at the time we were talking, but
Now she's in. She's in now.
hi, Marialis is in.
Maria Alice, she's in. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, we can kick off because we have bought into our time already. So once again, I'm sorry for keeping.
I
Can
know
you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. I know that I have 10 minutes until the next speaker.
Yes, you do.
And
So
so
we really have to.
yeah, so you know what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to share in the chat my entire presentation, which has hyperlinks that everyone will be able to have access to. And I feel like I won't show it. I won't show it for right now, only because of time. And but I wanted to say that I'm really happy to be joining you because in 2017, I was actually fortunate enough to host I was there in person with my son. And so if I was to give you any message today, the message is really about that this isn't about technology. My journey in digital citizenship has literally always been about this willingness to learn side by side, whether that's going to be your child who now is a teenager. So whether it's your willingness to learn alongside your child, your teen, your colleague. And so thanks for joining us for the Digital Citizenship Summit, the second one, the virtual, in this really unprecedented time around COVID. I know here in Connecticut, in the United States, there's talk about that we're starting our third wave and that some schools have been doing hybrid where they are in person 2 days, 3 days remote, but it really sounds like we're going back to everybody being remote. And I don't know what it looks like on your end, but this is where we're learning and we're working and all together. So here's an opportunity to just be willing to say, I might not know how to do this, but I am willing to learn alongside everybody that's in my household right now. And so today really has been set up on purpose to really invite you to look at digital citizenship in a different way. And when I look at digital citizenship, the history, even back in 2017, we were really in a reactive place where we were trying to keep up with the technology. And it was a long list of don'ts. Don't do this, don't do that. And many times we invited experts to come and speak at us, whether that was speaking at students, at a parent assembly, at teachers for professional development. And really, I'm so happy what's changed is we are no longer talking at anyone. We are learning side by side with you. And so today is about having an opportunity to think about how can we invite the outside community to learn with us. And some of the examples in and if you're able to hit that link in the chat bar, and I will make sure that I tweet it as well, is that, and I actually created I always create my presentations on a tool called Buncee. It's one of my favorite digital storytelling tools. I know I can use Google Slides. There are other options. I just happen to really love Buncee. And so my presentation is on Buncee, and it really shares how my own journey, and my journey really is as a mother. Like I have a professional journey, and I also have the personal and the professional. So as a mother of a young child, what we did side by side together was just what you would do is if someone was learning how to ride a bike, you have to figure out that balancing act. Someone is holding the back of the seat. Or I use the analogy about keys in a car. You know, before you get the keys to the car, you have to learn the rules of the road. And that's what we did as a mother and son. And then from that, I also was a faculty member at the University of St. Joseph here in West Hartford, Connecticut. And for 10 years, I worked with both undergraduate students as well as graduate students preparing to become teachers or get their graduate studies, their master's degree in education. And what happened was my personal and my professional lives merged, where what I was doing at home, I was doing at work. And it was the same thing, whether I was at home and we were blogging. One thing that we started, my son and I, was to blog. His message was, if we want to learn about the world, we need to learn with the world. And so we started to blog as a mother and son. We started a Twitter handle before he was 13, because many of these apps, you have to be 13. And we know that our young people will change their birthday so that they can use applications. But the importance is that before you're 13, you need to practice. You need to know how to be alert, how to be balanced, engaged, informed, inclusive online. And that's what we really did. And while I was doing that at home as a mother, I was doing this alongside my teacher candidates. And that's what today is really all about, is to start to change that narrative. Instead of telling our young people what not to do, how can we change don't statements to do statements, into I will statements? And you will see in my presentation, in my slides visually, that I talk about going from Dig Sit, and then from Dig Sit, we went to Dig Sit Commit. And I'm so happy that ISTE, which is the International Society for Technology and Education, they have come up with the 5 new pillars of digital citizenship, which is to make a commitment to be alert, to solve problems, and ultimately to become a force for good online. Now, the only problem I personally have with commit is that if I make a commitment on New Year's Eve and I say, I'm going to commit to a healthier lifestyle, I am going to start to go to the gym. And then I say to myself, wait a second, you made that commitment last year and you never, it didn't happen. So I say to myself, this year I'm going to outsmart myself. I'm going to pay for a gym membership, and I pay for a gym membership for an entire year, and I'm really going to commit to a healthy lifestyle. Well, that still doesn't mean, even if I've paid, that I ever step foot into a gym. So the idea of commit, to me, is still like, we have to make this commitment. We still have to say yes to it. But what I've transitioned to is to a focus on impact, which is action. So to go from, I am going to take these 5 pillars and I'm going to put them into action. And that's where I'm going to make an impact in local, global, and digital communities. So I'm sorry that I had to rush within these 8 minutes. I would very much welcome to continue this conversation. I'm going to be with you all day. Confidence, will that help with at least that everybody has access to the slides?
Yes, everybody will do. They are working on that.
Okay, super. Well, I know that coming up next, we have Evan Schwartz, who is the CEO and founder of Beluga. And I can tell you, just before he joins us, is that when the pandemic happened, and it was probably, that was in March, by May, the focus of May is mental health awareness. And I can tell you that Beluga had connected with an organization called Same Here, and their focus, Same Here Global, their logo is American Sign Language. And this is the sign for same in American Sign Language. And I thought, wow, for mental health awareness, and this is the logo, Same Here. I thought that is so, and with American Sign Language, that is so inclusive. The whole month of May, I can tell you, Beluga focused on mental health awareness, and that is so important. especially while we are all working and learning at home. But that's when I knew I wanted to be involved with this community. And that's when, if you are looking for me and looking to continue to do any work with us, we have partnered with Beluga, because not only do I love the platform, but I love the community and I love what they did in the month of May. So Confidence, I'm going to just make sure that Evan has the correct, because I had so much difficulty getting on this morning. My passcode did not work. So I'm just going to make sure that he is going to be able to join us right now.
Okay, fine. But if he's not able to come in now, can another speaker come in? Because they've all been waiting for a while now, so that we don't delay people.
I know that we all on our end were having trouble getting in, and he's ready. He's asking me right now, where's the link?
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Is he ready now?
I've just sent him that.
Okay, while waiting for him to come in, let me just say one or two things about Evan before he comes in. Someone, can we please mute our mics? Can we mute our mics? Yeah. Okay. So while we wait for Evan, let me just give us a brief of who he is. He's the founder of Beluga, an educational platform that provides teachers and students with the ability to connect, communicate, and collaborate with their peers around the world. So,
Good morning, guys.
Over
Am I live right now?
Fine.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Excellent.
Hi,
We're
Evan.
live. Sorry about that. A little technical difficulties on this side. Thanks for having me on. My name is Evan Schwartz. I'm the CEO and founder at Beluga. Beluga is a global education platform that is focused on making education accessible, impactful, and equitable to all learners worldwide. And that's really what we're doing here today with the summit, is understanding how technology and digital citizenship have come together, especially during these days when everyone is connected and learning is at a little bit of a dip. Right? So how do we use digital citizenship to create a bridge as opposed to a barrier through technology to provide students and teachers of all ages with more access to education? Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to share my screen. I prepared a few different slides for this, and I think whoever the host is has to give me access to share screen on this. Bear with me for 1 second here.
Okay, let me do that. Can you make a request, please?
Not sure who the host of this session is, but
okay. Try sharing now.
Perfect. Thank you. So we're just going to walk through a few different elements of what's happening within the world, especially here within North America. We've seen a huge spike in cases recently. A lot of schools here in New York have closed 1,000 plus over the last 24 hours. So we're really looking at how education can be reimagined, and digital citizenship is a key component of that. Now that everyone is connected, how are they creating the best learning experience possible for themselves? So just a few different stats I'll throw at you real quick. Excuse me. There we go. So this dates back actually to this previous summer. So COVID and economic social statistics, 90% of the global aviation fleet has been grounded since May 2020. Global committees dropped 20.4% in March 2020. Global trade dropped, tourism dropped, and forecasts show a tremendous dip in overall poverty. So we really need to start thinking about these numbers, not just, what does school look like, but what does the home situation look like for learners, and how are they able to access technology and learning material? In terms of social cost, the education of 1.6 billion learners has been disrupted. If you look at it globally, that's 9 out of 10 students, right? They're in complete different learning environments. And just a little bit of insights here that lend to this. So technology insight, 49% of high school and university students worldwide stated they had taken an online course in the preceding 12 months. Spending insights, total global technology spend in education is set to reach over 300 billion by the year 2025, and COVID has absolutely expedited this process. And network insight, right? According to UNESCO, 50 million new teachers are needed to provide quality universal primary and secondary education within the next 10 years. Now, if we really start to dig into those stats and how this really all ties together with digital citizenship and using technology for good, is understanding that students have been doing this process previously, right? Parents are now spending more money out of pocket. Schools are looking to hire more teachers, although there's a tremendous void in the space right now. Not only teachers that are enrolling in the profession, but teachers that are resigning from the profession, right? We expect this dip to continue over the next few years as well, especially with educators being frontline workers in a sense now, right? And really putting their lives on the line. So where we need to go with this is understanding how technology can provide such a valuable aspect to every single student worldwide and give them the format that they're used to consuming information already. So the future history of education, right? This slide I absolutely love. The slide on the left is a 19th century classroom. The one on the right was probably taken within the last 30 days. It's not much of a difference in the traditional atmosphere, right? I know this picture can be startling for most, but it's something that inspires our team over here, is understanding we need to be better now, right? That black and white picture, there was no access to technology. There was no access to information. Those 20 learners and that one educator were pretty much handcuffed, right? And what we mean by that and why we use such a strong word is they were handcuffed to the people around them to dictate their learning experience, right? If that teacher had a bad day or a good day, if the students acted out in the class or were really engaged, it was a complete coin flip, right? Where learners these days are still accessing the same format as we could see, but once they leave the classroom, they have access to this little device, which is either a phone, a computer, a tablet, a desktop, and that could give them access to the world. All right, so how do we start understanding and bridging digital citizenship elements into this to understand that the classroom is no longer just 20 people? And with that comes a lot of responsibility. And Mary Alice and our team at DigCit Summit always say a great line that we really appreciate is, would you put a kid in a car without training? Right? We're doing the exact same thing, not only for students, but for new and older teachers as well, as we're putting them in an environment where technology is ultimately thrust upon them, but done so without the proper training and use of resources where they're actually able to excel within the space. So some X factors that we could really go through as well here is access, right? That is always the key component of digital citizenship with technology, right? How are people getting access to this information? Equity, right? Is this information based on socioeconomic or racial factors, right? With technology and with access points, people become learners and educators worldwide and are able to distribute that content. And impact, of course. how is this process creating sustainable and tangible results in all of our communities? So really looking at it is how we bridging the classroom into the community for students to create action and impact within their own world. So where do we go from here, right? The big question. COVID has been in our environment now for almost a year, right? Schools are continuing to be disrupted, cases are soaring, and there's just a ton of question marks around education. One of the key factors that we saw come out this past spring in the US was universities moving away from standardized testing. This was a major pin to fall within the country on our side. So one of the universities, University of Southern California, it's a really large school within the state of California, right in the heart of Los Angeles, major film program over there. What these guys did, which is why the pin fell, is they moved away from standardized testing, which here stateside are the SATs and ACTs. So for students to enter university, they have to take these tests. These are pretty much their stamp of approval, depending on what school they're going to get into. Some of these weigh more than their extracurricular activities, their past GPA within primary and secondary education. And USC completely came out and said, hey, we are waiving the SATs and ACTs for the incoming classes. Now, there's two scopes that could really happen with this. Right, with the SATs and ACTs, USC could say, we're creating our own, which would completely blow out the equity gap, right? Or they could say, we're not requiring testing at all anymore. What we're going to do is really start looking at content depth and knowledge. So instead of just focusing in on one test score that we know is putting so much pressure on kids, and the mental health crisis is skyrocketing from that as well, how do we really create this one learning environment that understands lifelong learning and could support a learner's goals both in and out of the classroom, from primary to secondary to university, and ideally their professional career as well. Why I mentioned the equity gap. So the lowest average scores for each part of the SAT came from students with less than $20,000 in family income. The highest scores came from those with more than $200,000 in family income. That is a tremendous disparity there. And again, understanding how we gain access, not only to the people around us, but through a device, education, and technology is able to completely level the playing field. Then we get into the average student loan debt. I don't know how it works so much over in Nigeria with student loan debt, but here in the US, it is an absolute crisis. Right? Most students in the US are racking up $30,000 of debt before they graduate and have a job. So these kids are working their butts off part-time, full-time within college. What it's also done is it's kind of increased the average age of a college student as well, with our national debt going to $1.6 trillion from student loans by themselves. Now you look at some other countries, there's still a lot of high numbers there. The United Kingdom absolutely mirrors us. But some of the other countries are starting to try to figure out how do we not necessarily just make free education, but how do we create supplemental education programs? And that's where technology is able to come in. So the impact outlook, right? As of August 2020, about 51 universities and colleges have dropped the ACT and SAT requirements for at least this current term. 51 schools and $1 trillion in debt is not enough to create an industry shift though. Right, so how do we move forward from there? These are the questions I encourage everyone to ask themselves, right? Especially looking at how digital citizenship and how technology is in creating a thriving learning environment. So how will universities and colleges assess incoming students if they're waiving standardized testing? How will that equity gap play into lifelong learning experiences and access for students worldwide? And what impacts will this have on big business, both from a recruitment and financial standpoint? So if you look at all these and really start to dissect them, it's pretty much asking the question, right? How are we gaining access for every single student to education at a very early age and then continuing those resources around them? And this is, again, where digital citizenship really plays a strong part, is understanding even from those early days of a child being 4, 5, 6 years old, they're utilizing devices. I don't know if you guys have young kids or nieces and nephews, but I always see my nieces and nephews playing with tablets and phones. They know it way better than all of us. I mean, it's probably their first motor skill that they pick up is swiping left or swiping right. And that's kind of the world that we're living in these days. So preparing them at a really early age, not in the negative sense. I mean, this is something that we should not be scared of whatsoever, is this is their world, right? They're in a digital generation. We grew up in a generation without technology and understanding how to connect to people. We have to position this in a positive way. There are absolutely negatives that come along with it. If you haven't seen The Social Dilemma, I highly encourage everyone on this meeting today to go watch it. It's a great documentary on Netflix that really gives you some insight and light into how big business is utilizing, high-level data from a user to serve them up content, but also advertisements. Now, if we're smart and we do this the right way, we could train students and give them the skill sets to understand how to be digital natives without really exposing themselves. And the last part that I want to go through today, which I know is near and dear to a lot of the hearts on the call today, are the Sustainable Development Goals. Right? We utilize this here at Beluga for every single piece of content that we work on. We're actually the worldwide leader in education and curriculum connected to the goals, with over 50,000 hours of educational material for the primary and secondary community. If you're not familiar with the goals, quick overview on them. So in 2015, the United Nations launched an initiative called the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And their goal was really in the next 15 years, now 10 years, to eliminate 17 of the world's largest problems. These are things like no poverty, gender equality, protecting life on land, climate action, quality education, good health and well-being. And each one of these goals has different targets within them. The big aspect that education can do and technology is understanding how are we consuming information, not just from a learning initiative and homework assignment, but how are we able to take this information from the community, or from the classroom, into the community. Now, is this possible to achieve by 2030? Maybe, maybe not. That's not the point at all, I don't think, at this stage. It's how can the public and private sector contribute through a triple bottom line strategy, with triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit. Right? So if we understand how can we really achieve these sustainable development goals, it has to come from digital citizenship and, again, technology. Just some insights on the next generation as well. These are hot button issues Gen Zers want companies to address, as well as educational institutions. This is a really important aspect when we start thinking about digital citizenship, because a lot of these are hot button topics, right? Depending on the community or the learning environment you're in, these might be a little bit too heavy for some schools, but what we do know is that kids are dying for this information, right? After that final bell rings, they're accessing all of this stuff on their mobile device, on their computer. So we have to teach how to not only consume this information, but how to then digest it as well, and then spit out a positive result from it. So how are we teaching kids about job creation, racial equality, sexual harassment, women's equality, climate change, gun control, LGBTQ rights, fake news, all these hot button topics with access to information? The most important part is understanding how are we not fearing this information, but how are we able to just educate students on it. And that's the quick overview. I know we're really short today on it. If anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to speak with them. Nigeria is near and dear to our hearts as well. It was actually one of our first expansion countries back in 2017. So we love working with the local communities down there. Huge thanks to the Digital Summit as well for giving us this opportunity to share just some of our insights and thoughts. And really look forward to connecting with everyone from there.
Hey, Evan, thank you so much. Before you were able to get on.
Thank you, Evan. Thank you.
I know, I was able to say why Beluga, like what happened in May and during the pandemic, and why not only the platform, but the community. And so I really loved your presentation, and that visual of the classrooms. That is like a haunting image.
Mary Alice, you cut out for a minute there.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Oh, just that image. I have to say that image of the two classrooms, it was haunting.
Yeah, it's something, huh?
Yeah. So thank you so much. I know Confidence will jump in here, but I just wanted to say thank you. And that the fact is, I'm really happy that we've partnered. I love your platform, and I really love your community.
We appreciate that. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Evan. Thank you, Maria Alice. And I was thinking, if anybody has a question for any of the speakers, you can put it down in the chat room, comment section for them to answer the questions. So we don't have much time. I would want to immediately call in the next speaker, Mrs. White Shoeton. So she will be discussing with us on the evolution of the classroom. We've heard what Evan told us right now about technology and digital citizenship. And from here in Nigeria, we've gone way back to now. So I'll call in Mrs. Waisho to speak on the topic, the evolution of the classroom in Nigeria. So let's welcome Mrs. Waisho.
Hello, everyone. So it's good to be here, and I'll just go right into it so that I don't take your time. And I would like to present my slides. I would share now and see what happens if it's going to come up.
But before you go on, Ma, please
Yeah.
tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself before you.
Are you sure I have time? Okay, so
just break it, please do, man.
Okay, so my name is Uwaye Shoeton. I'm an educator, soon to be a data analyst. And because I'm studying with IBM right now, I love everything human development. And I believe that data science is the way to improve lives these days, because there's big data everywhere, and you know there's so much that we need to know. If we can make sense of data and present them in meaningful ways to people, then we would be able to predict how to help humanity and mankind and eventually improve people's lives, especially through education. So that's my calling. And so when Confidence said I should do evolution of what's it called, evolution of technology in classroom, I was actually excited because something I have a background in, and I'm passionate about, because I have a school, and I have worked with schools in the past. I also was the convener of an association that organized a lot of trainings for people. So yes, so that's me.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for that. You can please go ahead and share your screen with us.
Okay. Okay, can you see my, what's it called? My desktop?
Yes, we can.
You can see my screen.
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Let me try to put it in slide view. Okay, so evolution of technology in Nigerian schools. I graduated from the University of London 6 years ago, and one of my projects, or rather my research project, was on technology use in schools. And so I went around schools doing my research, and I evaluated schools based on different criteria. I evaluated them based on resource available, knowledge and skills, general attitude and belief, kind of institution, curriculum, and assessment. And in terms of the resource available, 1 minute, okay. Okay, yeah. So in terms of the resource available, I noticed that schools that had a lot of resources had computer labs. They had well-equipped computer laboratories for children to study ICT. And then those that actually used ICT in other subjects, they merely presented them on the screen. So what they did with, for instance, maths, was to present their teachings on a whiteboard or on a projector. So they did it at a very minimum level, because I'm going to show you the 3 levels of computer use, where we are at now, where we need to be. And it's going to take 3 levels to get there. So the very first level is the presentation level. And that was where schools were at. And some of the teachers actually presented their notes on the board, and then they tell children to write. But then that was a disservice to the children, because it was more like helping the teachers to do their work and making it easy for the teachers and making it more difficult on the students. Because some teachers, imagine a teacher projecting a note and then going to sleep or going out and coming back to scream at the children. I used to write in this slide, I need to change to the next slide, because she's not there to actually take her time to write it while the children write along. And it was a lot of, catching up for the children to do. Some children didn't complete their notes. Some teachers decided to take it to a new level, and they said, okay, we'll give you the whole of the textbook send it to your mail, we'll send it online, and then you needed to form your notes. I remember children coming home with a lot of online, receiving a lot of text or a lot of notes online and having to form their notes from it. A lot of time, students just cut and paste, because, there was just so much, and technology didn't seem to be making anything better for them. So this is the very basic use of technology, which is the first level. And we can't fault these teachers, they didn't know. That's why we're here, to learn what we're doing wrong, how we can improve on it. So that's why we have trainings like what we are on right now. So yes, then and of course the schools that didn't have enough resources didn't have computer use at all. I remember working in a school, and I was really, really very upset at the way they were using computer. They had like 8 computers, and they would announce to everybody that, oh, we do computer, we do ICT and things. But guess what? When it was time for computer use, they would take children to the computer room and say, okay, touch the mouse, this is the mouse, move the mouse, move, and then the children would be in a very long line waiting to use one computer, and then it was just touch and go, and it was, again, those are the very, very minimum level of using computers. So we need to graduate from there. Then the next thing is knowledge and skills. So I noticed that schools that their school leaders actually encourage computer use. They went all out to learn computer. I also taught in a school where it was very important to have computer use in your lesson plan. If you didn't incorporate computer use in your lesson plan, then you would be scored down or you'll be asked to do it again. So in that kind of school, they had a standard for using computer. So that's not using computer at level 1 again, is now moving to level 2 of computer use. So schools should be able to have a standard for which people use computer, even though at that school they didn't detect the level of the standard, but at least they said the minimum is you must have computer use in your lesson plans. And then even I remember I had to go all out then, and at some point I was to teach how chocolate was produced. I was lucky to get to search online from my research, get a simulation to show how this chocolate was produced in the factory, so that the children experience firsthand, as if they were in the factory, what it was like to actually produce chocolates, instead of actually talking at them over their heads about how this thing is being produce. So in my own school, what I do is I tell them, for instance, I give them a percentage. So I say in maths, we're going to do 50-50. 50% worksheets, the other 50% is hands-on. And what that means is that hands-on part of it is technology. So for instance, Excel has a lot of maths formula. So if we've done 50% of practice on worksheet, then the other 50% we do practice on Excel. And that's what I recommend to schools, so that, you know, because when you go to, for instance, a company, I even was talking about, you know, when you eventually graduate, you know, so those people, what are they looking for? Are they looking for you to write long notes? We need to be thinking in terms of the end result. What are we teaching these children for? What are we grooming them for? So when they go to these companies, they won't ask them to come and bring a formula and calculate this or that. A lot of times they'll give them computers, because these companies use computers to do their maths, to do their statistics, to do whatever it is they do. So at what stage exactly are we going to be training these children to use these softwares to actually do our computations if we don't start at an early age? So yes, so we as a school, we need to go ahead, give a percentage or give a minimum standard for our teachers to use technology. Then in terms of general attitude and belief, I found out that a lot of schools taught that ICT was for ICT. So use computers for computers, don't use computers for math, don't use computers for English, don't use, you know, but, you know, gradually we're getting out of there, and I'll tell you where we are at now. So, and again, I spoke with a school leader recently. She told me that even though the school wanted to use ICT, they send homework home to the children don't do it because the parents don't support them. They don't give them internet. They don't give them access to computer. They even feel, the parents even feel clueless to be able to, you know, maybe they don't feel up to the task of technology. They feel like this is alien to them. But, you know, if our school community is orientated on technology, if they are carried along and are taught about technology use, I'm sure that they will come on board. So we need to carry them along the usefulness of technology and how it helps the children, and why the children need to start getting exposed and immersed in technology from a very young age, so that we can change their attitude and belief. And even for the teachers, they need to challenge themselves. They need to know the value of technology, and they need to, like I told the other time I was to teach about chocolates, I could have just stayed in front of the class and start talking about how to produce chocolate. You put it in this machine, the machine looks like this, it looks like that, you know, but I got a simulation. Besides what I was saying, they could see, they could visualize, they could transport themselves to a chocolate factory to feel like to feel the entire process. So that's what I'm talking about technology use. Then the kind of institution, when it's a public institution, they can't really be bothered in Nigeria, really, because they feel like, of course, we know, you know, a lot of our leaders are not focused on education. So they hardly use technology, and some are lucky to get donations here and there, but not a lot of them. And the private institution, of course, they have to stay in business, so they're always innovative, looking for, you know, next thing to wow the parents. And, you know, technology is a good way to show that they're on top of their game. And so the more private schools are picking up on technology well. Then the level of education and research. So when I was in Yaba College of Technology, because I went there before I went to the University of London, we didn't use computer for anything. But then when we were doing our projects, we all made the business centers very rich, because we didn't have a clue how to do anything, how to format, how to use the computer. It was business center. So again, this is what Ivan was talking about when he says that the higher institutions are moving away from testing. The feeder schools in Nigeria cannot focus on technology because they are preparing the students for higher institutions that don't care about technology. When you're coming in, they're looking for testing, what's their highest grade, but why aren't you looking for portfolios? The higher institution should be looking for portfolios. What is it what projects have you done? What research have you done? What creation have you made? And this is all in tech, this is all tech-based. This is all when you use technology, when you use computers for research to get things done. So let's go to curriculum and assessment. I can tell you that this is by far the biggest hindrance to technology use in Nigeria, and I believe in anywhere in the world, because if the curriculum is not structured in the way that technology is incorporated, then it deters the teachers and even the school from wanting to waste time on technology, because at the end of the day, the end determines the means. So they're like, okay, at the end of the day, they're going to be writing oral theory tests or what's it called, worksheets. So why are we going to be teaching practicals? You know, even the ICT exams, 80% of it is writing a theory test and 20% is practical. So that's not good enough. So that is a deterrent from using technology, because people don't want to waste time on technology. They just want to do what will show that their children are actually doing well. But what people need to know is that if technology is used and done well, then the children will be smarter for it. They'll be wholly developed all around, not just for cramming sake. And you will still see that as we go. So again, teachers in Nigeria at the time, but even though we're moving past that, they want children to reproduce their learning, but so that if a child gives a teacher verbatim what she has taught in class, she gets a high score. Yeah, and the teacher calls it key terminology. Yeah, I'm one for key terminologies to be in a definition, but it's key terminologies should take as much weight as the knowledge from your research. So by the time a teacher gets a definition of whatever topic, she should be able to look for that extra research that the child has done, and they should weigh equal. So she should not say, oh, the definition I've given you is 2 marks and your research is 1 mark. No, they should weigh equal, and even the research should even weigh higher, because, you know, going to technology, going to search for information has a way of making the child part of that project, so that the child does not forget what they have learned because they've been a part of it from the beginning. You didn't just wake up and say, oh, what is this? You put them through it, and I'll show you that. So high schools are focused on tests. We've said that, and once they change that, the feeder schools will also start using technology, knowing that where they're graduating them to would determine it or will request it. So since the last 6 years, technology use have increased because of the proliferation of technology. And that's because there's been a lot of campaigns, a lot of promotion, a lot of free training, just like this one, telling us about technology use, how to use it, why to use it. And so a lot of schools have started a lot more schools have started to use technology in Nigeria. And even the coronavirus epidemic made it even inevitable, because, I mean, you have no choice. This is our reality now. From time to time, we'll be on lockdown and would have to teach the children from the houses. So people are beginning to look for various options. One of the options that people are using is VLE. That's virtual learning networks. This environments where there is learning, and teachers upload their video of them teaching, they upload homework, they put children's grades on it, they send assignments and all of that. So this is what we call the level 2 learning, where teachers are able to structure the when and how of the structural what's it called, work differently from the school environment. So what is important about this level 2 stage is the when and how. What that means is that before, school is just in school and during school time. But when you talk about the when, you need to be able to have structured time out of school. In terms, okay, so when a child goes out of school, he needs to be able to use the VLE or whatever platform that you've told him to, you've recommended the child to go to. to learn. So you're not flexible with the when. It's not just around the brick and mortar wall of the school, but outside the school that you've structured work for the child. So that's to show that you are on level 2 use of technology, away from just using it for presentation to now using it to structure work outside of the classroom. So then the next important thing of this level 2 is the how. How are you using the technology? Are you just learning what the teacher has sent to you, just limited to what she knows? No. What the teacher needs to do to be able to do level 2 technology use very well is to link, for instance, she has a topic. She needs to be able to link it to different things that will enhance that topic. For instance, if you're teaching maths, you'd put your maths video there, you put your assignment there, then you put other links to maybe, for instance, Khan Academy, to show how, so because children learn in different ways. It's not just your way may be limiting for the child. The child has so many neurons that can pick learning from different ways in different perspectives. So if for instance, the child is getting one perspective from the teacher, by the time the child goes to Khan Academy, or by the time the child goes to Oak Academy, or by the time the child goes to BBC, by the time they get exposed to the different learning which the teacher has mapped out for them, because the teacher has to do the research to know the different kinds of applications or the different kinds of websites that will help the child enhance and enrich and improve his learning, and then put all those links and share with the child so that the how of how the child is learning is enriched. So we've talked about level 1 and level 2 technology which we're doing in Nigeria. We're using it at the presentation level. We're using it at we're using it to teach and we're using it for teaching and learning enrichment. And again, we need to know that at this level 2 use, there must be audio visuals, there must be rich text, there must be simulation, there must be small units that give immediate feedback. So when we teach, we shouldn't just, teach very long. If you go to websites like BBC or Khan Academy, you see that there's always this short video, then there's immediate questions and answer, there's immediate feedback. There are times that you get rewards in terms of celebration for doing well. That's what learning in level 2 should be all about. Learning in small units with immediate feedback, and learning in a variety of ways and platforms. Then in level 3, which is the highest level that we all should be aspiring to go to, not a lot of people are at that level. It takes a lot of creativity to be at this level, but people are on this level, very few in Nigeria, maybe 1 or 2, especially the big schools. So I'll discuss that level. So in this level, students drive learning and engage in learning in different ways. What this means is that, okay, all this while that we've been discussing technology incorporation and in learning, it's the teacher driving. But at this time, the teacher takes the backstage, is at the corner, and puts the children in front to do the research. So, for instance, let's say that she's covering a topic. She'll tell the children, okay, go and do research on this topic, come back on this particular day with your research and let us discuss it. Then the classroom starts to discuss the topic. And then at the end of the day, everybody comes up with maybe their own hypothesis, and they look for supporting ideas to buttress it, to back it up. And then at the end of the day, they come up with a new decision, their own decision from their own definition, from their research, from their exposures, from all the knowledge that they've gained individually, that they've put together, that they've brainstormed. They come up with their own definition, not the definitions we have in books. It's people who did their research, got these definitions in place. But there's been new developments since then. So we need to get the children to start doing their own research, to be there from inception. We shouldn't just be looking at giving them what we think we know, but we should give them the opportunity to expand that learning beyond what we even know by directing them to different areas that can broaden their knowledge and help them to build their own knowledge of the research. And of course, with variety of ideas coming from people, ideas are always more enriched than when it's just one teacher. So here we have that the teacher, asks them to go and do a research topic, come and discuss it in class. And at the end of the day, by the time they're part of this process and the teacher says, go and form your notes, because they've discussed it extensively, it's easier to discuss your notes. So as I said in the beginning, when teachers say, go and do your notes, when she just presents it, the children will copy because they don't know. They were not there from the beginning. They don't know the process. It's just like giving a child the plant and say, write about how this plant germinates, how the seed was sown and how it germinated. The child doesn't know, but if you carry the child along from the beginning, put the seed together in the soil and watch it grow together, water it together, then it's easier for the child to write about how the plant grows than when you just throw him in the middle of it. So that's what this level is about, helping the child to be part of the graphical representation of whatever it is that you want him to define, helping him to be part of the beginning, the inception of what you're talking about. So even when you're talking about formulas, how was the formula derived? That's where you should be starting from. Not take this formula, solve this. No, it's about how did they put this formula together in the first place. So research topics, and then forming notes, and then discussing challenging ideas and coming up with an original version of what it should be based on the developments that have come since we've had our textbook a long time ago. So now, again, schools should have, like I said before, schools should have a standard or percentage for computer use so that there's always an opportunity to use applications like Excel for math and other applications that people get to use for language and so on. So using themes, a lot of schools that are on this level 3 have also advanced to the stage where they now use themes in their curriculum. So what this means is, for instance, you have a theme, holiday. For instance, your theme for this term is holiday. What you want to do is divide the children into groups. Before you even divide them into groups, tell all of them, our theme is holiday for this term. So I need you people to go and research about holidays. Imagine we are a holiday company. What are we supposed to look like? And then come up with banners, come up with design of what this classroom should look like if we were a holiday company. And then the children will go do their research, and then within a week, decorate the class, make the class look like it's a holiday office. And then the teacher comes back to say, okay, now we've learned some things about holiday and what a holiday company looks like. Now let's proceed from there. What would the holiday company do? They would produce brochures, right? They'll produce brochures for the different destination centers that people want to go. They would describe the centers. They will put all the qualities and characteristics of the center. They'll make their brochure attractive so that people want to go to those places. And then they'll put a price to the different locations, to the logistics that will take you to different locations. And then they will put, and then let's imagine that we're that holiday company and we have different parts of the organization. So there's the production part, there's the promotion part, there's the accounting part, and the logistics part. And so she puts everybody in these different groups and said, okay, production, what you would do is you design this brochure, make sure that it's beautiful and attractive enough. And then as she's saying that, she's trying to bring out art, all the elements they've learned in art. Okay, make sure that those lines, thick lines and wavy lines we've talked about in art, everything is represented there. And then she goes to promotion and say, okay, promotion, you're the one interfacing with the market and production. So go and discuss with people. Go and get to hear what they really want to know about this, about the various locations, what they want to do on their holiday, what will attract them about a holiday. Then promotion people will go back to marketing people to be able to say, oh, this is what the market needs. And again, they would be, the teacher will tell the promotion people, okay, write an essay about how you're going to convince the marketing, the people, the end users about these holiday packages. And so she'll say, if for instance, she has taught adjectives or maybe parts of speech in English, she'll say, okay, all those parts of speech that we've taught in English, let it be in your brochure, let it be in your write-up, and advise production to put it in their brochure to about what this holiday will actually be like. And then she goes to accounting and say, okay, accounting department, this is what you need to do. You need to come up with a budget for this entire holiday thing. Find out if production is spending within budget. Tell production what budget you have. Tell marketing, that's promotion, what budget you have. Do the math. Make sure that they are not going beyond the budget for each capacity. And then if, for instance, she has taught interest in the class, she'll say, okay, also incorporate that we are giving loans for this holiday package. And those that take loan, what interest will they pay at the end of 5 years? What interest would they pay every month if they are taking this loan for 4 years? You understand? So the teacher is the person who stands behind guiding the children to do this massive research with technology, finding out. She also directs them to different websites, for instance, Canva, where they can get ideas of designs. She directs them to the websites of, for instance, what's it called? Language, adjectives, things that she has taught, where they can get narratives to describe holiday. You understand? By the time the children, and then again, she goes to logistics. Okay, logistics, you are the one deciding how these people move from one place to another to ensure that what we have is shown on the other side of the country. By the time all this is well put together, the children have been exposed. They've been part of the process of a holiday. And as they were doing that, they were learning their maths, they were learning their English, they were learning their geography. If she had taught them geography and maybe topology, then she would tell them, okay, I want to see the aspects of topology that I've sent to you described in your brochure. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that's what it means to use technology in the third level, challenging the children, guiding them, and ensuring that they are exposed to different websites and different applications to be able to produce a project that is meaningful. So lastly, well, not lastly, almost to the last, what I need to let you know about technology use, especially on the third level, is that it helps learners to construct their meaning, because they've been part of the process and they retain the information. Unlike the one that the teacher stands in front of the classroom teaching from morning to night, they will cram it, write it for exam, and forget it afterwards. But the one that's the weakness they were part of, they were immersed in, stays with them for life. Wake them up 20 years later, they're able to tell you everything about a holiday. Take them to the office, they're able to extend their knowledge from there to other scenarios. Now, lessons are interesting, engaging, and motivating, and learners are challenged. So again, I mean, who would go through this kind of experiential learning and not be challenged or not be engaged? Because I mean, you have your own part to play. You go and research how to do a flyer, a brochure on holiday, and then you're interacting with another group of people, which is the promotion department, about what do they think, is the design good enough for what the audience wants, and then back and forth. Of course, that's interesting and engaging. Then learners can achieve mastery with flexible when and dynamic how. So you can see that, you know, when and how of technology, which is so important, is coming to play. So it's not just limited to what I'm teaching them in the classroom, it's also extended to what they're doing outside the classroom and bringing back to the classroom and taking out again and bringing back to develop on. And then the dynamic how, because it's not again just one way of how I'm teaching, but how we are all bringing ideas and learning from different areas to actually put this thing in place. Learners learn more when they interact and brainstorm. There's so much interaction and brainstorming when you use technology in teaching. Meaningful learning develops through authentic starts. Activities are chosen to stimulate those encountered in real life. As you can see, the teaching with technology encompasses this. So yeah, finally, no, I think I mixed up. Okay, finally, I'd just like to advise schools and teachers that number one, schools should try to equip and motivate staff with computers, teach and encourage them so that they go all out to learn these things. Teachers should pull their weight, they should be invested in technology. The more they research, the more they know the technology that will enhance a particular teaching. Technology is not just for the sake of technology, it's for what can bring out the most about what you want to portray. The first thing I ask my teachers is, what's the objective? When you know the objective of what you're teaching, then you know what you want to bring out of that teaching, and then you know the kind of technology that can help you to show it, to make, to visualize, to help the child to visualize it. So that's what technology is for, not just any technology that brings out the best in your teaching. Then schools should have a place in should have in place a comprehensive e-safety policy that should be designed, that should be signed by teachers and parents. So again, because we are exposing learners to all these kinds of technology, we must have a comprehensive e-safety policy. It's very important because the website is not safe. There's a lot of exposure, and I know that Ivan talked about this. So it's a lot of exposure. We must know that this policy must be in place to keep the children safe. The teachers should read it, they should know how to keep children safe. Parents should read it, they should know how to expose children and keep them safe online. And that includes, you know, telling children not to post their pictures online. Schools should not post children's names online. It's very wrong. They can be targeted. The schools should, you know, schools should keep updating their software so that it's not easy to break into it. And what else? You know, there's so many things that can be in your e-safety policy, but that has to be in place so that it's not possible for children to be vulnerable online and you know, be the subject for attackers. Then teachers should guide students to drive their learning through directing learning, not dominating learning. We've talked about this. It's not about the teacher. It's not about the teacher being on alone. Should guide them. Which website should they go? What learning does she want? What questions does she want to ask from what they are doing to help them think critically, but not her as an embodiment, he or her as an embodiment of knowledge. The school should seek out companies to sponsor their technology plans. I know that a lot of people don't have enough technology. They're short of what's it called, resources, you know. But if you write to companies, I know some companies that change their computers every 4 years. If you write to companies every year, by the time they want to change their computers in 4 years, they'll send it to you. So it's not about how far we've gone, it's about the fact that we're being progressive about it. So whether schools are in level 1, level 2, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is that we're all striving to get to where we need to go. It's not okay to be stagnant. It's okay to be at any level right now, but it's not okay to be stagnant. We must always be surging forward to seeing how we can be best at what we do. And with companies helping us, being persistent, being observant about who can tap into your technology plans is very important. Schools should develop ICT curriculum to meet the needs of teachers and students with cross-curricular outcomes. So this, I believe, is very explanatory. Just like I described with the holiday program, let's whatever ICT that you're doing not be just about come and touch the mouse, come and move this one. It should be about, okay, what maths lessons can we get from this particular topic? What geography lessons can we incorporate into this topic? What ICT can we learn from it? What language can we learn from it? So that's it. I believe my time is up. I was trying to hurry up.
time is up, Ma. Thank you so much. But you're so filled with knowledge. I, for one, I'm an advocate for project-based learning. There's a lot of reading and looking at books, which for me, I don't believe that's the way out for us here now in this country. But like one of our speakers said, Mrs. Charity, she mentioned that we still need development here in this country when it comes to technology and in the schools, in our schools. The teachers, do they even know what Microsoft Word is? Can they even click on their systems? So can we really blame them? There's not enough development when it comes to technology. We have it written on paper, but we don't carry it out. So I don't know. I know we'll get there with people like you and every other person talking about this issue. We'll all join hands in getting to where we need to take the Nigerian school system to when it comes to technology, because we are trying to raise kids who are future ready, because kids outside today, what they do with technology, having another digital divide where some kids can't even access technology, let alone be able to use it, is a huge, huge, huge problem for us. So we need more of you, and you guys need to go out there and do this hands-on thing to get schools who don't have access to technology or can use technology very well to the level where they can. So thank you very much, Matt. We appreciate this. Thank you so much. I don't know, questions, is there any questions?
But what I want to say is that it's so easy. It's just having, having the interest and
Yes, there are questions.
searching.
Okay, there's a question. Okay, let's go.
Yes, there is a question. Yeah, I'm Sani Mohammed, all the way from Kwara State. I firstly want to make a contribution to what the speaker has just talked about. The topic is really interesting, and I must commend her for really doing a great job. She has really schooled me on this topic. However, I want to say that we have not, from the discussion, from the, like call it the lecture we just had, we've not really she has not really said much about the role of the parents as far as this technology is concerned. You know, many of our students, they say we learn most of these things, not just the teachers have a role to play, the parents have a role to play, and the students themselves also have a role to play. And you know, most of these children, they are usually with their parents aside being in school. I think we need to dwell more on as far as this is concerned, because it's very, very important. Now, back to what I want to ask. My question is this. We are talking about technology, making use of technology as a method of teaching in Nigeria. Of course, it's something that will help us get to the next level. But looking at our level of education in Nigeria, how many teachers really know how to operate these computers? How many teachers have a palm top of their own? That you can see, most of them do not even have the basic skills required. And if you don't have the basic skills, how do you impart knowledge on your students? Develop it. They need to develop themselves. Of course, most of these schools do not encourage the teachers.
Okay.
And
hello.
So
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Ma, you need to take that very, very quickly, the answer, so that we can go to the next speaker.
Okay, I believe the question he's asking is how do we educate teachers to learn technology so that they can teach the children? Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I actually want to say that technology use is not a big deal. It's interest. If the school can take interest in it and school their teachers, then it will be very easy for them to, it's very basic. You know, even I've organized a few courses and a few training in the past. So teachers also need to motivate themselves. They also need to take interest in this thing. It's very easy. There are very many trainings going on. There are trainings that that can help them understand the basic things of how to use technology, how to access the internet. For a long time, I thought I knew how to use Excel well. But until recently, I realized that Excel had almost 500 functions. And it's not like these things are difficult. It's just for you to learn them. You understand? There's even a lot of learning on Coursera, a lot of learning on, there are a lot of learning platforms, Udemy. When you go on them, you can teach yourself. I feel like a lot of teachers too are laid back. They are just waiting for training to come to them. But when they look for training, they will find, and then they can recommend to their schools and say, I found this training is X amount. If I bring part of it, can you support me with the other part? We're not in a country where we can afford to be waiting. The more we wait before nothing gets, the more your mic, please. Okay, so the more we wait, the more nothing gets done. We need to actually be motivating ourselves and learning this thing. Learning is so easy, and as it's also easy. It's just for you to take the step and look for it. And as regards to parents, once we're on the right track of learning ourselves, we can always extend it to the parents so that they can learn too and support us. Confidence, I believe I have answered that question.
Yes, you have, but to a greater extent, you have. You talk about schools are getting computers.
If you are not speaking, can you mute your mic, please? There's so much noise on the background.
So we need, can you recommend some of those companies? Because you talked about companies giving out computers to schools. Probably maybe some of these schools around could benefit. Maybe somebody like myself could talk to some schools to write. So can you just recommend some so that I put them down?
No, what I'm saying is that I know a lot of companies that change their computers every 4 years. You understand? It's not like they're giving it to schools. I'm just saying, if you are persuasive enough, if you are persistent enough, you keep writing to companies, then by the time they're ready to change their computers, they will think of you first. So it's not about, I can give you 100 names of companies, but the companies are all out there in Nigeria.
You would have to.
Even any company you go to will be disposed to you if your case is convincing and persistent enough.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you for quizzing me.
You're welcome.
Okay, so thank you, everybody. If there's no other question, then I believe we should let the next speaker come on. Confidence, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. So based on all that we have said right now, the whole classroom, technology development and all that, it's ushering us into our next section, which is about this whole technology, internet, broadband, how we can access it in the classroom. And here to speak on it is Tobekele Matinde, who is representing Mr. Benga Sheso Paradigm Initiative. So Tobekele, I hope I'm getting that name right. Please, please, you can come in and take up your section. Thank you very much. Hello, are you there?
I am there. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much. So, like I said you'll be taking up the section on broadband access to the classrooms. So you can go ahead, give us a little introduction of yourself and carry us through the journey of broadband access in our classrooms. Thank you.
That's all right. You're welcome. My name is Tobekele Matimbe. I'm a community manager at Paradigm Initiative, and I am tuning in from Zimbabwe. I'm happy to be on this platform where we're discussing digital citizenship. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yes, we can.
All right, great.
Yes.
And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, awesome.
Yes.
So I'm very honored to be part of this panel and to just follow through the conversations that we've been engaging in. And today, as already mentioned, I'm here from Paradigm Initiative, and I think on the program it was indicating that it was going to be Benga Sasan, but he's not able to be here, but I'm going to be discussing achieving broadband access in the classroom. So I think we've had a good, robust conversation around what happens in schools and how we can have capacity for teachers, for educators within our schools. And we've also had a briefing on what digital citizenship is all about. But obviously, there's something that allows everyone to be connected and be part of the global network or the global society, which is the world that we are living in, and that is internet access. And hence we are discussing the importance of broadband and how it plays a good and important role in ensuring that everyone has access to what we are discussing, digital citizenship. So I'm going to get right into it and just start with an interesting quotation from George Couros, which says, "Technology will not replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers can be transformational. Technology in the hands of great teachers is going to be able to transform the world, transform the face of education, especially when we're looking at the African continent." Now, when we're looking at the African continent within which we are operating in, you'd find that the challenge that we're having is that there's a big digital divide that we find, and you find that now more so during the COVID-19 pandemic, you'd find that a lot of things have been happening, and you'd find that a lot of communities have been marginalized or left behind when we're looking at the very important aspect or issue or human rights, which is called education and access to information. Those are very critical human rights issues. I'm going to just begin as well by just highlighting something that was raised, under the digital transformation of education, connecting schools, empowering learners, a broadband commission for sustainable development's working group on school connectivity report, which states that in today's increasingly digital world, 3.6 billion people still have no access to the internet, and those without access are typically the most vulnerable minorities, people with disabilities, indigenous. May I ask those who have unmuted themselves to be able to mute themselves so that we are able to have a good discussion on broadband issues. So those without access are typically the most vulnerable, like I've already mentioned, the minorities, people with disabilities, indigenous and marginalized groups, as well as women, children, and youth from disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds or living in areas affected by conflict and violence. So what are the impacts of this? Lack of internet access reduces paths to a world of information available online, and it limits the potential to learn and to grow, all of which contribute to the digital divide. If we are to succeed to learn and grow, if we are to succeed in leaving no one behind, it is essential, as established in the United Nations 2030 agenda, that we need to ensure that we are working to provide everyone, especially children and young people, with safe and secure access to the internet, not to mention the digital skills they need to learn and improve their lives. So you'd find that within the classrooms themselves, there's need for connectivity, there's need for access to broadband, there's need for data connectivity so that our children, our students, our learners, they're able to be connected to the broader world around them, as well as the teachers themselves, they're capacitated with what they need in terms of the relevant skills to be able to deliver quality education in line with Sustainable Development Goal number 4. So it's very critical that we actually have this. But why are we saying we want access to the internet, broadband, to be able to achieve quality education within the classroom? It stems basically from the basic, start or basic human rights issues that we can actually highlight. Sorry, Anthony, please, can you mute yourself? So it starts from from the basis of human rights. What are human rights? Human rights are what everybody else should be able to access and to be able to enjoy. So you'd find that when we're looking at human rights issues, there shouldn't be frontiers, there shouldn't be barriers to say, okay, the rich get more, human rights, so to speak, and those who are in the minorities get little. So you'd find that even during COVID-19, schools have been running, and you'd find that there's been online virtual learning that's been happening. But for most of the elite communities and those who are able to actually be in private schools, that they can access, broadband, and also access, the digital tools that they need to actually be connected. And that naturally has brought the digital divide that I was highlighting. So basic human rights, these are your, your rights that you are used to, your freedom of expression itself. You'd find that learners need to be on platforms to be digital citizens. They need to be connected, to be able to be connected globally, and to be able to access the internet, to access opportunities for growth. So all children must have access to high quality education. This, you can find it when you're referring to Articles 28 and 29 of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. So basically, it is important for children to access that education. Connectivity and access themselves to information can pave the way to provide other essential services, such as your health care and, children can also be able to children can also be able to be to be exposed to what's happening in the world and be able to develop themselves and even to aim higher and to have aspirations for professions that they'll probably discover when they are exposed to online platforms. So human rights are not abstract. They are not features that we discuss in a research proposal or something that remains in a book somewhere. They are inherent because we are human beings, and children and even the educators, they also have that right to actually access the tools that they need to be able to enjoy the fullness of life. So there's need for education, there's need for health, there's need for development, which translates to enjoyment of the rights to life. And that starts within the classroom. When we're looking at development, we are saying when a child is in the classroom, they should be able to access internet platforms so that they enhance the quality of their education, they enhance the quality of their learnings, and this naturally capacitates them to be able to access greater opportunities in their lives. So broadband, well, you might be wondering, what is broadband? But broadband is simply, without stressing much or complicating the term, it really is looking at aspects of the network and services, including the infrastructure used to deliver services to users, as well as the speed of accessing the internet and the type of services and applications that can be accessed via the internet. And in some countries, such as Brazil, and international organizations such as the OECD, these have chosen not to categorize broadband in terms of speed, but are instead defining broadband in terms of functionality, focusing on what can and cannot be done with a certain type of connection. So basically what we're saying is that there should be just, connectivity that allows, anyone to be on an online platform. So how can we ensure that we have, good broadband, or, before we even get there, let's look at what the problem is with actually not having that access to broadband. You find that when we don't have that access to broadband, what we are having is, an increase in inequalities within our societies. So we need to be able to bridge the digital divide. The COVID-19 pandemic itself has exposed the insufficient digital infrastructure in our African economies and unearthed the inequalities existing within our societies. So you find that, as I've already highlighted, you've got marginalized societies that have been left behind in 2020, never mind other years before, while those with the means of accessing data were able to find themselves in the classroom within the confines of their homes. So you find that a lot of people are discussing about the new normal, and which new normal says that people should be found on online platforms. That's our new normal. Right now, I'm calling in, but I'm within my home and I'm communicating with you because I'm connected, because I've got access to broadband. But I know that there are some rural communities that are left behind that do not have that access. When we're looking at our communities, you can imagine how that leaves them behind. And this is what we are saying today, to say when we're looking at achieving broadband within the classroom, what we are saying is we're calling for connectivity that ensures that the teachers themselves, the educators, are able to deliver quality education, while the students themselves are able to learn beyond their jurisdiction and be able to be digital citizens. So according to the United Nations policy brief on the impact of COVID-19 on children, 188 countries had imposed countrywide closures affecting more than 1.5 billion children and youth by 15 April 2020. Countries had imposed countrywide school closures, affecting more than 1.5 billion children and youth, and more than 2/3 of countries introduced a national distance learning platform. But among low-income countries, the share is only 30%. Before the crisis, almost 1/3 of the world's young people were already digitally excluded. That should tell you something about why it is important that more than ever, we become advocates, even as educators, for, connectivity, for broadband, so that within the classroom setup, we're able to deliver our education and be able to bridge the digital gap so that our inequalities, which were already there in existence before the pandemic hit, they are not worsened, but that we actually find a way of bridging that. So you can look at various, frameworks that provide for access to information as a very priority, as a very important human rights issue, that look at freedom of expression as a very critical human rights issue, and that also look at education as a very important human rights issue. So you look at your African Charter on Human and People's Rights. You can also look at your ICSCR, that's your International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. Then we look at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights just released in 2019 the Declaration of Freedom of Expression and Access to Information. And under Principle 8 there, it does speak that evolving capacities of children, states shall recognize and respect the evolving capacities of children and take measures that enable children, including adolescents, to exercise the right to freedom of expression and access to information. In all such actions, the best interest of the child shall be a primary consideration. And obviously, when we're talking about freedom of expression and access to information, we're actually basically talking about how children can be connected as well. It's not only for people we know as media practitioners who want to express themselves or ourselves as adults, but even children, they need to access information for them to be able to learn. When you're looking at your sciences, your mathematics, your science, technology subjects within our classrooms, you'd find that it's pertinent that children access relevant information, which is accessible on online platforms. I'm going to give you an example of how it plays out. When you look at mobile mathematics, in 2008, Nokia and the Department of Science and Technology launched what was called the Mobile Maths Service to South African high school maths learners in grade 10 to 12. And such partnerships to ensure access facilitate quality education. So the service itself had many advantages in the formal learning situation, as the service had mathematics content for grades 10, 11, and 12, and it includes thousands of exercises, theory, peer-to-peer support, ranking competitions, tests, and self-assessments. So you find that for all this, MTN, which is the telecoms company, and Cell C, managed to reach out to its data users, and the service had no data connection cost. So you find that there was this collaboration or multi-stakeholder intervention that was able to actually ensure that children were able to access education and to increase, access to online platforms through not even just a reduced data cost, but also ensuring that there was no data connection cost that came with it. So as I draw closer to the end of my presentation, I'll just refer you as well to, a recent draft general comment by the United Nations Committee on the Rights of Children, which talks about children's rights in relation to the digital environment. This critical draft comment refers to key principles that should be adhered to, and one of them is the right to non-discrimination. So you find that it proposes, in response to Article 2 of that convention, the right to non-discrimination, which requires that states ensure all children, including children of lower income families and children living in rural and remote areas, to have equal and effective access to the digital environment in ways that are actually meaningful for them. So you find that this has been shifted as well to say the states should be able to take all necessary measures to lower the cost of connectivity and to provide free access to children in safe, dedicated public spaces, and invest in policies and programs that support that all children's use of digital technologies is, accessed at school, at home, and in their community, so that they overcome inequalities and that, digital inclusion is improved. So it is very critical. So you might be wondering to say, then what? So how do we achieve this? I've given you an example of, mobile mathematics, that platform, which was, provided by a number of stakeholders and, telecommunications companies like your MTN and, Cell C. They came forward and said, okay, for our data users, we're going to be able to ensure that children from, who are aged, and who are in grade 10, 11, and 12 are able to access at, no data cost for that. If that was amazing. So the thing is, what are we saying about that example? What we're saying is that in that example, you find that it was not only the responsibility of one person, but it was a multi-stakeholder approach where, the government and telecommunications companies also came on board to also facilitate education. So educators as well were part of the conversation. So as part of solutions to achieving, broadband within our classrooms, the recommendations that I'm making is that we have, a multi-sectoral and multi-stakeholder approach to engage and ensure that we're able to, advocate for accessible data and to be able to propose and recommend to our governments as well to be able to ensure that connectivity is distributed to all ends of our communities so that no one is left behind. And that will be my last slide, which says we need technology in every classroom and in every student and teacher's hand, because it is the pen and the paper of our time, and it is the lens through which we experience much of our world. Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you so much, Bekele, for that. Thank you very much. We don't have much time now, but any questions should just be sent through the comment chat, and we'll attend to that. We want to quickly go to our next speaker. We'll be bringing in Mrs. Charity Babatunde, who will be talking with us on why we should teach digital citizenship in our classrooms. So please, let's quickly have her here on board. Are you there, ma?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Yes, ma.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma. So sorry to keep you waiting. So we want you to just quickly carry us through your presentation, which is why we should teach digital citizenship in every classroom. I know you have been a forerunner of this for a while, for a long while, and you are one of the best people I know in that space talking about it. So we would like for you to explain to us why digital citizenship should be taught in classrooms. Why do students need to know about digital citizenship, and why do teachers have to teach it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you please allow me to share my screen? I don't know if I can do. Okay, sure. Yeah, sure. Okay. So
yes, you can.
So thank you very much to all the speakers who have gone ahead of me, and well done for the summit that has been put together. I like what the last speaker said. I don't want to murder her name, so I'm not going to attempt pronouncing it, but I liked what she said about technology being the pen and paper of our time. And whether we realize it or not, right, we have absolutely no choice but to use technology, especially in the classroom. One of the things that the COVID-19 pandemic showed was that technology has permeated every aspect of our lives. So some of the very mundane things that we hitherto would not have used technology to do, especially in Nigeria, we're having to fall back to using it. We're having to use technology. Now, one of the places that we were not very well prepared for was in the classroom and schools, because while the world was making progress and changing the method that they used to teach, which was why I think Uwaye Shoeton's presentation was quite interesting. We were busy teaching our children to memorize and do a lot of things. Now, these same children who are digital natives and who make use of technology found out that they could use technology for a myriad of things. So while they may not have access to laptops, virtually every one of them, regardless of where you are, whether you're in the urban or rural area, have access to a telephone. And that telephone exposes them to the digital world. Now, one of the paradoxes of technology is that even though we are getting more connected, we can interact with people, we're getting more connected, we're also getting more disconnected. By way of a very short introduction, one of the things I'm passionate about is I'm very passionate about values. And part of my dream is to see Nigeria become a nation where success is driven by values. And it is my quest for looking at how we can involve the right kind of values in different aspects of our lives that actually drove my interest in digital citizenship. Because what then happens is that because of the seeming anonymity that the screen gives to people, a lot of uncivilized and poor citizenship begins to take place in the digital world. And that will really be the premise of my conversation. But so that we're all on the same page, when we talk about digital citizenship, what exactly are we talking about? I know a lot of the other speakers have looked at different aspects of it. One would be the definition by Mike Ribble, which says that digital citizenship is the norms of appropriate, responsible behavior with regard to technology use. So yes, there are 9 elements of digital citizenship, and there are different aspects. I want to focus more on the value aspect of it, the values aspect of it, and how digital citizenship education would help. One of the things that digital citizenship education does is it encourages and amplifies the importance of living positive values offline and online. And that's because you can't be one thing offline and be another thing online. So it promotes civility in the digital space. It's important that we continually empower our children with the competencies that they need to do life and to thrive successfully in this age that we're in. So access to technology, the connectedness, how to behave, what to do, it's all part of this digital story that we're telling. I can't remember who it was that I listened to or I read, who said, putting a phone in the hands of a child is like without teaching them about digital citizenship and how to be responsible in that place, is like giving them a gun and not telling them the implications of shooting. According to the Council of Europe, digital citizenship education focuses on teaching students to work, live, and share in digital environments in a positive way. And that, again, is very important for us to note. Now, I run an organization called Rave et al. And Rave et al. Was appointed as the DQ ambassador. DQ is Digital Intelligence Quotient. We're appointed as the DQ ambassador, the first in Africa, and the DQ ambassador for Nigeria. So since 2017, we've been very involved in talking about digital citizenship, explaining why it's important, and we begin to teach our children from a very early age the importance of having the right values in the digital space and staying safe. Now, one of the things that we did in 2019, and our organization was very involved in Nigeria, was working with the Digital DQ Institute globally to come up with a Child Online Safety Index. So we did a lot of surveys in Nigeria so that we would have records of what exactly happens in Nigeria. And the reason was because it was getting very tiring speaking to parents who felt that the issue of digital citizenship didn't really affect, sorry, I apologize, I must have mistakenly pressed something, that it didn't really affect their children in Nigeria, and that it was kind of like a misnomer that no, our children are not this, our children are not that. And that drove my interest in finding out what exactly the reality is. So we've been involved in 2 surveys. The last one we did was in 2019. And DQ Institute came out with the 2020 Child Online Safety Index, which was founded on It was to measure the level of online safety and digital citizenship for children across the world based on 6 pillars: cyber risk, disciplined digital usage, digital competency, guardians and education, social infrastructure and connectivity. And children and educators were surveyed. About 145,000 children were surveyed in 30 countries across the world. And these are the results for Nigeria. Of the 30 countries, Nigeria placed 18th. We're average compared to the other 29 countries. Globally, 60% of our children age 8 to 12 are exposed to different kinds of online risk. But when we come to Nigeria specifically, what were the findings? One, like I said, Nigeria ranked 18 out of the 30 with an overall score of 37.7. We were classified as being at the lower end of an average performance. In terms of connectivity, which we've all talked about, and talking about digital access, Nigeria is very, very, very low. And there's need for clear improvement in that area for us to be able to unlock the potentials. In terms of disciplined usage, Nigeria didn't do badly at all. We came 7th, which we scored, 7th out of the 29 countries, which is not surprising when you look at our parenting style in Nigeria. So we tend to enforce a lot of things, and it's not a laissez-faire type of parenting. We tend to enforce a lot of things. I think this gives a clear picture. The cyber risk, 18th, discipline usage 7, digital competency 13, guardians and education 10, social infrastructure 15, connectivity 29. This kind of gives an idea of the areas that we need to focus on. And so we have our children increasingly living a digital life, navigating seamlessly between the physical and digital world. And at no time has a better opportunity been presented for us to promote ideas around the subject of digital citizenship and civility as now. Now that we are being forced, we all hope that the COVID-19 situation will come to an end, but we're hearing about second wave and third wave in many countries. So we don't know how far this will go. What happens when our children do not have access to technology, access to learning? And don't forget, the world has become a global village. So what then happens when we find out that we're at the bottom rung of the ladder? Our children who are exceedingly brilliant are not able to compete equally with other people in other countries who are several steps higher than we are in the use of technology and knowing how to use it to the best interest and to use tech for good. Now, the issue of digital citizenship and digital citizenship education is not one for just the teachers. And I like the question, I think it was Mr. Sani asked, that the comment he made about parents being involved. All stakeholders must be involved. The last speaker talked about it being multi-stakeholder and multi-sectoral. Everybody has to be involved in the quest for empowering our children with the digital citizenship skills that they need. Education provides all-round development. That's what it's supposed to be. So education is not just about getting the technical details, but it's all-round. And with technology being more integrated in our classrooms, it stands to reason that at no time than now should we be talking to our children about how to be responsible digital citizens. Now, one of the questions I have gotten asked as I go around schools, or before the COVID, used to go around schools, is that, look, should that be our responsibility in the school? Shouldn't it be the parents who should focus on making sure that their children imbibe the right kind of values? Now, the reality on ground in Nigeria is that our children spend more time in school than they do, more of their active time in school than they do at home. By the time you factor in traffic and you factor in so many other things that they have to do, they get home, they barely have 2 hours with their parents before it's time to go to bed. That's if their parents have not been stuck in traffic to even be able to get to them. Yes, I know that we do not have enough of laptops. I know that we do not have enough of, we don't have the kind of access that we would. but virtually every Nigerian has access to a phone and access to an internet-enabled phone. So what that means is we do have access to the digital world and we can begin to teach. So for the parents on the platform, it is not the sole responsibility of the classrooms. However, because classrooms are custodians and schools are custodians of education, and education has to be a lot more integrated, it's important that we begin to infuse the lessons of good digital citizenship into the classroom. Another reason why classrooms need to embrace this is because the classrooms are actually like a melting pot of experiences. So you have different children from different homes who have had different encounters. And the best way to teach sometimes is to pick some of the experiences that the children have had, whether it's with the digital footprints or with cyber fraud issues. I can't remember who it was. I think it was Mrs. Sheraton who was speaking, and she mentioned something about the disparity between the private and the public schools. It is huge, and we cannot afford to ignore the public schools. One of the unfortunate things, Nigeria is an immensely blessed country. However, we have gotten some negative publicity, especially with regards to cybercrime. Unfortunately, the people who tend to be involved in cybercrime tend to be people who are disadvantaged financially. So we can't even shut our eyes to not passing on the information to them. So whether it's a public school or a private school, the opportunities exist. We just have to get more creative in teaching them the digital citizenship skills that that they need to learn. Now, what are some of the advantages of teaching digital citizenship? It creates awareness of the cyber risks, digital harassment, grooming, ways to mitigate them. It helps children understand the implications and consequences of their actions online. I've had too many cases, more cases than I want to imagine, of children who have either posted their nude pictures online and have gotten into very precarious situations, whose admissions into schools have been affected. Another advantage is that intentionally and systematically, we're able to reinforce responsible behavior online. It minimizes the trail of negative digital footprints. It improves physical, mental, and emotional health and well-being. It exposes children to the immense potential of using tech for good, and it encourages inclusiveness and equips our children to participate productively and globally. Now, like we've talked about the fact that it is multi-stakeholder, and all of us, every single sector has a part to play. For parents, they need to ensure that the schools are delivering on what it is, but you really can't give what you have. So the teachers have to be equipped and be in a position to actually pass on the information. Now, how do we go about doing this? One is to integrate digital citizenship education from as early as possible in a child's academic life. So a child who is able to operate a phone is able to learn the core principles and the core values of being a responsible digital citizen online. It's important we involve all stakeholders. I've said that before. Our teachers must be equipped. And I liked what Mrs. Sheraton said about teachers being self-driven. Yes, part of the problem, I think, is that we're waiting for somebody to do something for us. And we can't, those times are gone. Yes, there's a responsibility of the owners of the school, there's a responsibility of government, but there's also a responsibility that we have as individuals to develop ourselves. If not, we will find out that the skills that we possess are no longer relevant for the 21st century and beyond. So it's important that we continue to empower ourselves, and as school owners, we empower the children, the teachers too. It's also important that we seize teachable moment, integrating the project-based learning, where you're able to capture various things and various topics and integrate them into the classroom would go a long way. Digital citizenship education provides an anchor for equipping our children with the critical life skills and competencies that they need to make safe and responsible choices that have far-reaching implications on their future. It's our children's most critical skills. And if we do not all get involved, classrooms, teachers, parents, government, corporate organizations, at the end of the day, we will be the ones to suffer for it, because the implications of the incivility that can take place in that space can be far-reaching, not just for the children, but for the general society. Thank you very much. I hope I haven't exceeded my time.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you very much, Ma. That was quite informing. So as we can all see and hear and know, we've known that digital citizenship is not just about the teachers. Parents on their own, we also have to learn how to equip and train our kids to be responsible digital citizenship. Mrs. Babatunde has said it all. Everyone has to get involved. It's not just about one person, one individual, one corporate organization. We all have to get involved. Thank you so much, Ma. On this note, we'll be ushering in our panel that will be anchored by Rob. Rob, are you there?
I am here.
Hello, Rob.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you.
All right, good deal.
So we're handing over to Rob now. Yeah. Rob will carry on with the panel where they'll be discussing the strategy for how to move digital citizenship forward. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Confidence, very much. A good day to everyone. It is so awesome to get to be in this environment again. I was one of the first, I was back in 2017 when the Digital Citizenship Summit first came to Nigeria. I was very fortunate to get to be on the ground with you in Lagos. So it is awesome to be back and to get to see many of you and to interact with some of you again. Our discussion panel today does revolve around the idea of talking about global strategy for digital citizenship in a post-COVID era. And we know that COVID has changed quite a bit globally, not just here where I'm at in the United States, which it certainly has. And you're not here to listen to me talk about it. We have a great panel of folks who we would love to hear their input as well. So let me, but before we get started, I just want to take a second and just to kind of reiterate and just say that what really has been a truly dark time globally for many of us in COVID has the opportunity to provide a spark that we need to lift up young men and women to use digital technology as a platform for good. Like, now is the time to share the message more than ever about how our kids and how we can use our personal influence to be inclusive online. So inclusivity is one of the 5 pillars as digital citizenship has evolved. Being inclusive online is how do we help students lead with respect and empathy and care. Now more than ever is a time to encourage our communities to be informed consumers of the information flood that's at their fingertips. And when problems arise, we want our students to be engaged in their communities and be a force for good in both in the physical communities and the virtual communities. And now more than ever, we want our students to prioritize balance with regard to the role that technology plays in their life, both on and offline. And finally, we want students to be alert leaders. We want them to be community members and students who know how to create safely in online spaces so that everyone can flourish. And as digital citizenship has evolved from the original 9 elements, those 5 pillars, inclusivity, being informed, being engaged, living in a life that's balanced, and as being alert, we recognize that those 5 pillars will move us into the future. But what does that post-COVID future look like for digital citizenship? And that's what we want to do. I just want to introduce quickly, we have some panelists just to give you some of their credentials real quick. And just to let you know, what we'll do is we'll actually go in this order. So I have some questions I would love to ask. And if we could just go in this order, and if you feel moved to answer this question, then please just take a minute to share your thoughts. And just I don't know that we're going to come to any concrete answers today. We will not come to a full solution, but the goal for today is to hopefully help everyone know what are the topics, what are the ideas, what are the passion areas that we need to do more research on to help move the cause for digital citizenship, to create that movement in our communities. So with that, I would like to take an opportunity to introduce our first panelist, Dr. Addison Zhang. Is the founder of Classroom Without Walls, which is an alternative school to future-proof the next generation. Dr. I is also an Adobe insider, an Adobe education leader, a HubSpot Academy instructor. And as a thought leader in online education, Dr. I specializes in incorporating social media and creative technologies into the traditional curriculum to enhance student engagement and acquire 21st century skills. Dr. I's work has been featured in Forbes, Inside Higher Education, Pearson Education, Entrepreneur. She's also, and has also been on the Today Show and many others. So we look forward to hearing from I. Also on our panel is Cynthia Merrill. Cynthia is a consultant, speaker, and a teacher dedicated to strengthening literacy experiences for all students. She works in diverse school communities throughout the US, coaching and training and encouraging administrators and teachers in their practices. Cynthia is passionate about creating authentic opportunities for students to document their thinking using technology tools. She's the creator of the Selfie Center, a powerful help constructing using video creation as a reflective tool. Cynthia is also a proud advisor, board member of Eduro Learning, a global team of educators passionate about transforming learning using technology tools to lift instructional practice. She's also the director of the Educator Network for Digital Citizenship Institute and advisor for the student-led organization #ICanHelp. She's also the co-author of Sparking Change, Making Your Mark on a Digital World. So we're excited to have Cynthia with us. Suyan Monnier is a lawyer, mediator, and e-safety consultant. She's the co-founder of Wise and Harmless, part of the LAPT Foundation and the Children's Internet Safety. And as an organization, they help children stay safe, smart, and savvy in their use of technology while equipping parents, which I think is something that we heard a lot about today, and equipping parents and educators to raise good digital citizens in this digital age. Suye has co-authored 2 books, The Internet is Flat and Keeping Children Safe Online. She has a passion to ensure that every child stays safe online and is responsible with the use of media and technology. She's also co-led the project Open Eyes, under which she participated in the conduct of Nigeria's most elaborate survey on the use of internet and digital devices. So we're so glad to have Suye with us. Jeff Olowu he's joining us today, and he is a lawyer. He also does work with human resources. He's an educator and peace activist. He's the head of engagements at Kids Without a Box, which is an educational technology startup fostering digital literacy in schools. And he thrives on building capacity and consolidating gains. So we're excited to have Jeff with us. Dr. Kemi Olorune Ola. She's an educational technology consultant, speaker, and trainer. Kemi is the founder of Exquitech Education Technology, an edtech consultancy, and a Microsoft Global Training Partner. She led her team to win the Global Microsoft Training Partner Award in 2020 for their contribution towards the education sector in Nigeria and beyond. Kemi is an associate of the Digital Citizenship Institute and leads the DigCit Guards. It's a team of educators who are passionate about the care and well-being and safety of students in digital spaces. And they've reached thousands of students with this DigCit message. So we're excited to have Kemi be with us. So thank you for Kemi being here. And Juenia Tamez, so excited to have her, especially with the work that she's done in Mexico for DigCit Mexico. Juenia is a mother of 3 teenage girls. She's passionate about educational technology and digital citizenship. She's the founder of Edutech, social media, she's a social media manager, a consultant, an advisor in the implementation of educational technology and digital citizenship in different educational institutions. As the organizer of DigCit Mexico, which is held in October of 2017. So she's had that moniker and work there. She's been a researcher and a writer. She works with collaborations both in English and Spanish with translating with different print and electronic materials on topics engaging around technology, education, and digital citizenship. She is the Digital Citizenship Institute Director for Latin America. So we're so excited to have her with us today. So again, in that order, we'll have each of you unmute your mics and kind of address the questions. If there's a question that you aren't overly passionate about and you just want to kind of go forward, that's okay. But if there's a question that you're especially passionate about, we'd love to have you chime in. But like I said, we will go in order to kind of help go there. So one of the first questions we want to address when we start talking about what does digital citizenship look like in a post-COVID era is in what ways has COVID-19 transformed the proactive digital citizenship landscape? So why don't you go first? What do you think about that question? As learning, so how has COVID-19 transformed the proactive digital citizenship landscape in your thoughts?
Oh, yes. Hey, Bob. Thank you so much for the great introduction. Thank you so much, everyone. Really honored to be here. So COVID, I think with COVID and everything's happening online, I think all of a sudden people are saying, oh my God, this is really important. I think this message can be interpreted on quite a few different layers. I think for educators, there is this like pressure or responsibility that I feel strongly that we need more educators who actually understand social media and technology and who are tech and social media savvy so that we can empower the next generation. And I feel like we don't have enough educators who are, is that me or? I feel like we don't have enough educators who are tech and digitally savvy. And like another thing is like more pressure and more responsibility also on the students. And I have been teaching social media for quite a few years, like almost a decade, and using this myself. And one trend that I notice among our students is even though we call them digital natives, right? Very few of them are actually using technology and social media to create. Most of them are using technology and social media to be entertained, to socialize, purely, socializing with their friends, to be entertained, to consume. And I think that is where there are so many issues, when you I think recently there's a documentary, you hear the mainstream discourse that social media is the root, or technology is the root of all evil. And I think that is only part of the narrative. And the narrative that I'm passionate about to spreading is that it depends on how we're using it, right? And I think we need, even now with this COVID, more teachers and students need to understand that we can use this powerful technology to create, to inspire, to educate, to start a social movement. So I hope to see more of the latter, to use this to create as opposed to be like a victim mentality, right? Like social media is controlling us, but instead we are using this to serve us. So those are some of the changes that I noticed.
Thank you. Certainly a creative approach. Thank you. Cynthia, how about you? So in what ways has the COVID-19 transformed the proactive digital citizenship landscape?
So hi, everybody. I'm really happy to be here and part of this panel of esteemed people, experts really thinking deeply about these topics. I want to say that to build on what I just shared, I think one of the most important things about this landscape that COVID has actually kind of brought into the forefront is the idea that students can actually lead us if we let them. And I believe that most teachers and administrators in schools operate off of a fear-based model when it comes to platforms for students. And because students often are on these platforms to be entertained, they don't know the power of connecting to audience. I always share with teachers and administrators that I work with that these platforms are actually an opportunity for us to understand the world. They're actually opportunities for us to understand what audience means. So when I'm creating something, even a small post that has a picture, there's reaction, right? There's likes, there's comments. And what fuels that? That can fuel the creativity for students. I think COVID has really helped us in this narrative. And one of the things I worry the most about is that we'll sort of stay in this globally, we'll stay in this kind of stunned arena of what has happened with technology and with COVID, because we've been like emergency teaching using technology. My biggest hope is that we begin to understand the power of the tech, actually the thinking, the meta that happens when we're using technology with kids, and we explicitly teach the types of things that happen in our brains, right, cognitively, when we're thinking about supporting students. And that can happen when we listen to students and watch what they're creating and what drives them on the platforms. We have to be open to that. I think COVID has allowed us to have that opportunity. I think we just need to really construct some explicit ways for that dialogue to happen within school communities globally.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. Suye?
Thank you very much. And thank you also. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for this opportunity. So I'll just, I took some notes down. So there are two ways, essentially, there are 2 points that I'd like to focus on in the fact that the need has increased, and then the supply of digital citizenship training has also been hampered. The need has increased because we have more children online, so making use of the internet and being connected, basically more digital access since COVID. And then the trainings that used to happen usually were face-to-face. So especially for children, because it was involved in the school activities, but since schools were shut and there was a focus on education as a whole, we haven't been able to have as many trainings as we would have where we went physically to the schools or different institutions that brought the children together. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Jeff. All right. Hey, Jeff, are you on with us? Let's see if he's in. All right, we'll come back. I'll come back to Jeff. Kemi, how about you? How do you see this landscape changing?
Okay, so the landscape change has required a new set of expectation, both for the teachers and the students, and especially now that we are, especially in Nigeria here, we see a lot of schools or students now spending time acquiring these digital devices and spending time on these devices as against pre-COVID. And so there's a new set of expectations for what we should be doing or what we should know about digital citizenship and what we should be doing about the digital citizenship.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Next up, Huania.
Oh, hi. Thank you, Rob, and thank you, DigShit Nigeria, for having me here. I'm really, really excited to be part of this panel. And I agree with all my panel members. And just to add something, I think that COVID-19 makes everyone go mobile or go on an online environment. So if we went on an online environment, then everything came to an online environment. That we mean home, life, social interaction, everything went on mobile. So we need us educators and both as parents to plan our education and where we are going to focus on the future accordingly to this environment that we are living on now. So digital citizenship has to be part of this educational plan and this part of this movement that we are going through and that we are going to keep moving forward. Digital citizenship has to be involved in all our activities and all our environments that we are moving on since COVID-19.
Thank you, Huenia. Jeff, are you able to unmute and want to share your response to how COVID-19 is changing the landscape of digital citizenship? Oh, I heard something. Give him one more try. You're with you. All right. Well, we're gonna try to see if we can catch Jeff back in as time goes on. if you're able to pop back in. One of the things we heard. Oh, you're here. Good. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, please.
All right. So thank you for having me. I say hello to everyone and to my fellow panelists. Okay, so yes, digital citizenship. I want to look at it from the perspective that it's always been with us. Technology has always been the driver of proactiveness. And to shy away from that, it would be plain self-deceit. All right, so was there at any time that we could say that technology was not here to stay? I don't think so. What I think and what I believe strongly is that we have been able to delay the timing of the essentiality of technology. And that's why right now, for us to talk about digital citizenship and the proactive approach is, for me, even belated. COVID only came to tell us why we could not do without it. So for us to be at a point where we are saying that, oh, why do we need to? It's like us still being 2 steps behind. So yes, I look forward to the discourse this evening, and I believe that eventually we may not have all the answers, but we will be able to come together with a set of codes, a set of thoughts and research topics that would better the movement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. I was glad you were finally able to hop in. The next question I want us to consider with regard to how COVID has changed potentially the digital citizenship landscape globally is the idea that I think the one thing that the pandemic has highlighted for many of us is the divide between those who have access to digital technology tools and those who do not. And it is certainly difficult to be inclusive with digital technology of everyone. That's one of the DigCit pillars. It's difficult to be inclusive when not everyone can participate. In the recent UNESCO report on education in a post-COVID world that was brought up earlier, it said that only 11% of learners in sub-Saharan Africa have a household computer, and only 18% have household internet. And that's compared to the 50% of learners globally who have computers in the home, and 57% who have access to the internet. So already we see the disruption brought on by the pandemic and how it's kind of exacerbated inequalities both within our countries and other countries, especially in Nigeria. What are the roles and responsibilities of communities moving forward to help address the access divide in our communities? I'll tell you what, Jeff, we'll start with you. And we'll kind of go. We'll go backwards if it's okay. Okay, Jeff, I don't know that I'm able to hear you. Is everybody else able to hear?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, you're good. Thank you.
So I said, in order for me not to sound too up, this is from the UNESCO report as a step even behind. The reason is this. In my company, for instance, we work with K-12 schools at your primary and the secondary schools, and we discovered that when you talk about learners who do not have access to technology, we discovered that most of these figures are make-believe. Why did I say that? A lot of them have this technology in their houses, but they do not bring them into the classroom. Why? Because some schools are set up in a way to reject everything that seems to be forward thinking. So I said I don't be too optimistic. So is it to say that those devices do not exist? Or is it to say that the technology is not available? It is available, but it is the use that should not be in question, not the availability. That's why I said I don't want to be too optimistic in my own perspective, but from what I've seen, because we need to be realistic in our discussions today. It's going to be very important for the movement moving forward. So we need to be very realistic, we need to be very open-minded. All right. So for me, like I said before, it's not about the lack of the technology or the tools. It's about the structure in place. All right. Like the earlier speakers mentioned, for some parents, it is a taboo for their children to have technology at a certain age. Now, COVID came and it became the fool's paradise to do that because you were simply shortchanging your children. Now, the schools have been segmented. The resumption times have been broken into two. So they have sessions and afternoon sessions in schools now. So what some of those parents have done is simply to retrieve those gadgets from the kids. So I ask a question: when those gadgets are not there in the school, doesn't mean they are not available in the house. So I think for us, it means that we need to move the message. Like other speakers have said, everybody needs to be on board, right? It's not enough to say it's education, it's not enough to say it's parents, and it's neither enough to say it's government. It's everybody. There has to be a top to bottom, a bottom to top approach.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Juenia, how about you? Regarding the divide of access that we're potentially seeing.
Yeah, in Mexico, we had that issue in a big way in different communities because we have different perspectives on education. There are schools that are 100% connected and there are schools that are 0% connected. So we need to close this gap, right? I think that in many countries it's the same issue of connectivity and all this. So what we need to do is to make some approach from different perspectives, from government to, how do you say it? Empresas. I forgot the word, I'm sorry. Sorry, I said it in Spanish, but people from individuals that have a more power on our communities to make them inclusive and to make them change their perspective, that not all schools are equally connected. So if we have some influential teachers and influential government perspectives, and we can go there, like making these events about digital citizenship summits and make them feel that we need to be inclusive with all these schools that are not the same as the top schools that I mentioned before. If we tell them to be inclusive, if we do this kind of events to change their perspective, I think that we can make a change. And especially because during this pandemic, what we need to do is to have like another way of seeing things, that even if we are like a connected country, not everyone is the same. So we need to help students to go with empathy, to respect and care for others. So these kind of events, they change our perspective globally.
Thank you. Kemi.
Okay, for what can the community do? The truth is, even in Nigeria here, we still do have that digital divide, and it's wide. And so we can easily say, oh, for most households in the urban areas, at least the parents or two or both parents would have a mobile device. But then I work remotely from home and I need to use my device. And the dad works remotely from home and needs to use their device. And then you have 4 kids who need to share a device, if it's even available at all. That is still a challenge when schools had to migrate. So I especially during this period, even when for the teachers, we found that there was really still that gap, because there was a training we did for a statewide training, and we saw that quite a number of teachers, as a matter of fact, almost 70% of them or more didn't have access to a laptop. And so we had to modify the training to ensure that those who had mobile devices at least could fully participate. But we still had some limitations when we were doing some applications. So it exists. But what I'm saying some communities do especially for children in rural places where they couldn't have access to technology, so that they wouldn't be totally shut off. We've seen what we call community centers, community tech spaces, community viewing centers. And because we have the government or the state roll out TV programs and all that to continue, keep continuity in the learning for the kids. And so even some homes don't even have TVs. And so we do have that divide. So we had community centers. I saw community centers where at classrooming time, the kids in that locality can visit those centers and engage with the technology that is there. So at least, though they don't own it, they have access. So ownership may not be as much as we imagine, but then there has been multiple ways where access was a bit breached, but we still know that some people were left out. Then we had peer support, and so I'm a kid who has access. I was able to have access to technology. I could have my friends over and all that, and we could do the learning together and all that. So we've seen all that come to play during this period.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I agree with the panelists so far. So what we have here in Nigeria is we have less government participation as we would have in other countries. So that also affects the digital divide. But like the question states, what would civil society organizations do? They could actually partner with governments to have maybe perhaps like regional frameworks for digital citizenship in specific areas. So starting at the local level in order to influence things at nationwide and then globally, of course, because there's no global strategy for children online, as we do in the same way that we have the Convention of the Rights of the Child. But there are values, as Ms. Charity Baratune talked about, that we want to instill in children online. We want them to be kind, we want them to use the internet responsibly. So even as they've been educated online, we want them to also learn to create and use the citizenship as they would in the world online in a way that benefits themselves and everyone. So this is the civil society does have a big role to play. I know in Nigeria, there are many civil society organizations, and a platform such as this has brought, and even unintentionally, these are where the discussions that help us move forward are birthed. And then in Africa in general, we have Child Online Africa, and they've been doing a lot of work in that area as well, trying to have policy frameworks that they could, partner with governments to implement, so that we're promoting digital citizenship and making sure that children are not just growing in digital literacy, but also in the citizenship aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia, how about you?
Yes, thank you. I think building off of some of the panelists' thoughts, and also listening to Charity speak earlier about values, I think maybe COVID is also this opportunity to reboot our equity conversations around technology. And suddenly here in the States, I think one of the things that's happened is that suddenly there is funds for more technology. The shift from the spring to the fall, where everybody was sort of emergency teaching in the spring, and now in the fall, there seems to be a shifting of funding, right? If children aren't in school, we're not heating schools. I live in the Boston area, so we're not heating the schools. There's a shifting of funds, and I think people have begun to reboot the conversation and get a little bit more creative. I do want to say, though, that one thing that is concerning to me about equity is, and perhaps, maybe some of the panelists can, add what happens in Nigeria. There's a big disparity between private schools and public schools around the equity conversation. And with COVID, what's happened is most private schools are face-to-face. They went full on and are face-to-face having classes. Public schools are a little bit more hesitant to do that here. And so there becomes a bigger divide with who's getting face-to-face, education, and are they using tech anymore when that's happening? Not a lot. And then we have kids who are remote, who are fully tech who may not have the best devices to make that happen. So I do hope, I guess I'm hopeful in this question that I want us to reboot and be really thoughtful and have that, as Charity was sharing earlier, the values, but also the stakeholders, partnerships, more, just more conversation around partnerships with organizations and companies that can help with technology hotspots. That's happened here in the States. It can happen more. And not just because we're in a pandemic, but because it's good for learning for kids.
Yes, and I'd say I'm hearing that as well, just from all the panelists so far, especially from Beacon Nigeria, that partnerships are key. Awesome, thank you. Hi.
Yeah, I definitely agree with everything everyone mentioned so far. So the only thing I want to add is, so I think this during a time like this where there are so many uncertainties, and it's where teamwork has become really important. Not just teamwork within a community, within a country, but global teamwork. Like for me, I host 3 different live streaming shows. So what that means is that it's like the video version of the audio podcast. So I actually go live. And surprisingly, I have lots of people from India, from Nigeria watch my show, and quite a few of them are actually teachers. So one person recently told me that he has been applying what I was teaching, and me and my guest, what we were teaching in our live show to his students. So I wonder if we can, many people mentioned there are community centers, if we can have a tier system, right? We can have some information leaders who have access to technology information, and those people can be the leaders to distribute information and resources to those community centers, and where they can do face-to-face or like teaching. And for those people who are really remote, we can even use the traditional like postal service, right? We can write everything down as an ebook, a book, a manual, and then mail it, right? So I think we need more teamwork, more creative, and really tap into every single person's resources and talent to make this a collective effort.
So as we've seen the landscape change because of the pandemic, we've talked about access changing. There's also been the conversation that was brought up earlier in the summit from different speakers talking about what does it look like for teachers? How do we get teachers on board? So the next question I would have is, what steps can educators take to model and facilitate effective digital citizenship practices for their students and their communities? So now we specifically take a look at our teachers. What steps can they take to model and facilitate that effective digital citizenship with their students? And we'll kind of go backwards. I'll start with you, and we'll kind of go back to our list.
Yeah, I think teachers need to, I know teachers don't get paid a lot, and I was a teacher myself for so many years, but I think teachers really need to feel a sense of responsibility to educate him or herself regarding social media and technology. When I was a teacher and I used to be part of the narrative, technology is not my thing. It's like the IT department. No, it's not the IT department. We all play a very important role in this. And now COVID is teaching us a very important lesson. And the past several months, I have coached and worked with teachers who don't even know there are breakout rooms in Zoom, who are just so technology challenged. I think the time of waiting for a tech person to, teach you, that time is over. We need to be self-sufficient, self-directed learners, and to model such behaviors to influence our students. I think that is very, very important, a big change that teachers need to do.
Yeah, thank you so much. Cynthia, your thoughts?
I would just love us to begin to think a little bit more deeply as educators about privacy, because all of a sudden in this Zoom room, we have the opportunity for caregivers and families to hear the teaching that's happening. And it's an amazing opportunity for us to partner. I can say from my own, I have 3 children, one in high school, one in middle school, one in elementary school. And my elementary school student is required to wear headphones so that I can't hear the teaching. And it makes me bananas, because how can I partner, right? But now our classroom definition is different from COVID and the use of technology. So what happens in this box, you don't know what's outside of my little box that I'm in right now, but I can tell you there are other ears that can hear the fantastic stuff that can happen when we teach. So I hope that we begin, as educators, to really redefine the idea of being online and being an online learner and being an online teacher, and think about the partnerships that can happen when caregivers eavesdrop. It can be a real opportunity for us to partner with them very explicitly. And I hope that, I just feel like that's a different sort of perspective about privacy that we haven't really explored much. That's become an issue again and again.
Absolutely, as parents, especially as teachers, we always say that we want parents as partners. So that's a fantastic way of thinking about that from a teacher's perspective. But I think it can also be a little scary because we're used to our little silo communities. So that's actually a different piece for some teachers. That certainly is a profound way that digital citizenship at this point impacts teachers. Good, Suya, what are your thoughts?
Okay, thank you very much. So I think the issue is not so much teachers as educational institutions, because teachers hold a lot of knowledge themselves, but in this new era where we are online more than offline, teachers will need to retrain. So, you know, they would keep having to learn in order to be good role models for the children that they're teaching online. And I also put down some points here. So just as the earlier speaker was talking about, having, you know, that knowledge of knowing how to use digital resources, teachers need to be more comfortable with being online so that they would be able to make their children more comfortable as well. But the thing is, children seem to be faster learners in the online world right now. So teachers would also, and educational institutions in general, will need to look to the safety. So digital citizenship is really, could be parallel to being a citizen of a country or a global citizen. So teachers would have to take it from that step that, you know, we're now having, even if I have a particular subject I'm teaching via the online platform. So I have to be comfortable as a teacher, and I would have to learn how to use the technology more. And I would also have to learn how to make sure that the children are kept safe, as well as learning more about digital citizenship. So more than ever, it has to be an integral part of the educational system in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, we're going to hop in. How as teachers do we help digital citizenship in this age? Hey, Jeff, we'll go ahead and come back to you. I think he's struggling with some connectivity issues.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, Jeff, there you are. You're good. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think there's just a lag on my end. The network.
Oh, sorry.
Seems to lag a little bit. Okay, so sorry. All right, so I was saying that, first of all, I would reiterate self-development. And why would I do that? It's because here in Nigeria, we place so much premium on the government. Okay, the government has got to babysit us to a point. I do understand that we are in a country where 250 million of people should have better things coming from the government. But the government is us too. All right, the government is somebody who just wants to get there and do what he wants to do, and when his tenure is done, it resumes in his backyard. So we need to take self-development as very key, and in doing that, everybody needs to break the glass ceiling individually. All right. Then moving on to the next phase of it, the phase where the children come into it. I believe, and I have always said this, that anybody will not refuse what brings value. So when you are assured, when you are guaranteed that you will get value from a thing, you will not refuse it. So I think that educators, we need to reprogram ourselves in order to deliver the digital citizenship message in a manner that is valuable to the kids, who will transform that message of value to their parents, who will in turn transfer the message into the government quarters. The kids are not the ones in government, it's the parents. So when we understand how the value chain moves, then we start the process and we can rest assured that it will keep on moving. This is not to say again that I am excusing the government. I am not. But we need to understand that digital citizenship has to make sense. We need to deliver messages that are impactful, that are understandable, that are relatable. Let me use that word because we use it a lot in the Nigerian palace. It has to be relatable. When we do that, then we'll be able to carry on, okay, and get our message where it ought to be. And then the third one, I would say this: self-drive. Self-drive is critical. Self-drive, because there will be moments when you will not feel like it. There will be moments when you would feel discouraged. It is the drive of self that will push us to that point where we need to get to. And yes, like Cynthia said, we need to bring in everybody. It doesn't always have to be teachers, the caregivers, the attendants, the people that are the first points. They need to also get on the, like I said in my opening statement, technology was here to stay. We were only using in falsehood to think that we could avoid it. So for some people, like myself, it was only a matter of time. We had been prophesying for some 4 or 5 years now. We had been prophesying the need to go digital. COVID only came to enforce that prophecy. That's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I really believe you're right in terms of a lot of the grassroots that we're seeing. That many changes, regardless of the country, really often do come grassroots, up from the bottom, and not always top down. So thank you. Thank you. Kemi, your thoughts about how educators can help and engage with this move forward?
Okay. So as educators, we know that we teach not just the curriculum, we have what we call the hidden curriculum. And that also applies where digital citizenship is concerned. We need to, like you said, model this, what we're talking about. We're talking about inclusiveness. And so how do we communicate online? How do we communicate with respect, meaningful communication and respectful communication? How do we model that to our students? You know, we're talking about being informed. We're talking about things like media literacy. How do we help our students critically think, you know, build the critical thinking skills where they know which information is credible and what contents they share or don't share, how to check for fake news and all that. So that's part of being informed. We need also to model that. We're talking about balance. You know, so if we are not as educators also balanced in our use of technology, if we are not reflecting on how we use technology or media, screen time and all that, and the impact it has on us, we will not be able to lead our students even to reflecting, because besides their usual online social media communication or presence online, now added to schoolwork and all that, students may feel like, oh, I'm spending 24/7 online, and we know what the issues are. So do they know, or do they understand the ethical digital well-being and all that? How do we also as educators help them model this for them so that they can pick also from us, not just speak at them, but walk through the process with them so they understand exactly what we're talking about. And of course, they can see examples even in what we do and how we do what we're doing. So we have we have a lot of work on us as educators as we engage with our students to actually model the inclusiveness, the balance, and how to be informed and how to stay alert. So how do they recognize if they are being cyberbullied? Because we know with increase in online time, there's also been an increase in cyberbullying. How do they identify it? How should they respond? And what is the support system available to them and all that? So we have a lot of to play as models for the kids even during this period.
Thank you so very much. Juania, your last thoughts on this idea about the role of teachers in modeling and facilitating digital citizenship.
Yes, well, I agree with all my panel members, but I think just for wrapping up everything that they said is that right now educators, we are curators. We need to choose what apps, what tools are we going to use with our students. because not all students have the same autonomy level, and because not all students have the inclusive technology they need to learn, right? Because it doesn't matter that, for example, right here in Mexico, a private school has all the technology and all the facility to be online learning, but they are preschoolers and they are not at the same autonomy level as somebody in high school, but the teacher just speaks and tell them what to do, but the student is not prepared even to join the Zoom call with the teacher and with all the other students and to answer at the same time, or has to be. I think that teachers need to focus also on that point, the autonomy level that each student has alongside with the technology that they are using, because if they are not on the same autonomy level as a high school student, they are not going to be able to join the class, right? And the other thing that is important for me is that teachers need to have a communication channel, not only with the students, but also with parents. That's the most important thing to do. How to be in a positive communication with parents, because right now parents and teachers are doing the same thing for students. And lastly, but not least, the contents that teachers are telling or that are teaching right now, they have to be with a special value, because it's not only curriculum that what we are teaching, we are now at the houses of the students. So we need to prepare and to add up some digital citizenship contents to every lesson that we are teaching to prepare our students for the future.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. There are a handful of other questions we could address this time, but we only have this short time. And literally everybody who's on this panel is passionate about digital citizenship and is very passionate about wanting to see not only students succeed, they want to see homes thrive in a digital environment in ways that we can engage our community, in ways where teachers are comfortable, in ways where we can be impactful and really, truly, honestly make a difference in the world around us. And I think our students are a huge, important linchpin part of how we can help them engage in modern culture, in their local community, as well as their global community, to help solve important problems, to be citizens, not only in their community, but to recognize the humanity of other people around them. Heard a lot of great things today with regards to how we can develop partnerships, how we can help make connections in classrooms. The thing, truthfully, the thing I'm most excited about as you listen to all the panelists talk is there's a really common thread. So I know that if I'm in the United States, there are other people in other countries who are equally as passionate about this as I am with my students. So our ability now to connect with them, to make a human connection with other people around the world is so important. And I'm so grateful for every single panelist who was on today and that we were able to share your experience. And even though this, like I mentioned at the start, even though this pandemic really has been dark for a lot of us, it really has the ability to force us into a proactive area where we now have seen the importance of connecting digitally. So as we wrap up, I just want to say a huge thank you to every single one of our panelists. And as you go back and listen to these recordings again, if they're made available, that you would share them. And if you have teachers in your life or people in your life, in your community who don't understand, or don't have the awareness of it, just the awareness of the importance of the embracing the digital citizenship community around this, that you would use this as an opportunity to do this and further the conversations that happened today. I'm fortunate. Thank you for letting me moderate. It was great to be connected with all of you. And with that, thank you again, and I'll turn it back over.
Rob, before you go, Rob, it's Mary Alice.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I just want to thank you, and I want to let everyone know, I didn't mean to just like hijack and jump in here, but that this is just the beginning. Like, we've just reopened the door to continue to this conversation and this like opportunity to learn side by side. What you just said about, it doesn't really matter where we live, right? There's so many things, that human connection that continues to remind us that we're in this together. And so I wanted to let anybody that has joined us for the DigCit Summit Nigeria, that we're going to continue, every single speaker, every single panelist, as well as the moderator, by the way, and our host, we are going to invite for a more of a deep dive starting in January. And I just wanted everyone to know that before we get ready for our closing keynote, is that this is just, it's just the beginning. And I will be reaching out to everybody that's participated to continue to learn with us. So thank you.
What she said in space. Hey, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hey, great day as you finish up.
And at this point, Confidence, I know that Brad Wade is with us.
Yep, I'm here.
Hi, Brad.
Hi, Marilis. How are you doing?
Hey, it's great to see you. Usually we're all on the same stage together, but I am very happy to be in the same place at the same time with you as we kind of close out our second conversation, our second Digital Citizenship Summit in Nigeria.
Yeah, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled to be here, and it's nice to see so many faces that I recognize. I mean, you know, I first want to thank you and Tola for putting this event on. It's so nice to be a part of it many times over, and it's so nice to see so many of the familiar faces. Eugenia, Rob, Kemi, everybody. I went through and took a look to see who's all here. It's nice to see everyone. Thank you for joining us all around the world, not just in Nigeria, but everywhere around the world. I'm honored to be here, and I'm coming to you from Detroit, Michigan in the United States. So thank you.
So Brad, I just want to make sure I'm going to let Confidence, if she wanted to jump in, because she's the host for the summit in Nigeria, and then I'm going to put myself on mute.
Perfect. Yes, I'd love to hear from her.
All right, thank you, Maria. Hello, hi, Brad. How are you?
I'm great. How are you doing? It's nice to see you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming around here in Nigeria. Though we are not together, but we are in the same virtual space. Thank you so much. So, not to waste time, we would love for you to just kick off with the final note on the future of learning. Yes, it's already a technology-filled future. How can we embrace it? How can we fit into this whole new era of tech in the house, tech in the school, tech everywhere? Please carry us on how we can go about the future of learning with technology. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I can't wait to share. I love what you guys are doing. I hope to get over there with the group sometime in person in the future. Yeah, so I'm happy to share some of the things that we can do, glimpses into the future, but things that we can do now, kind of sharing the technology. You know, the learning in the classroom is really, and you've probably heard a lot of this today and throughout time, really it's about engagement, engaging students in learning, getting them invested into their own learning. And so how can we do that? And technology is one of the ways that we can capture students. You know, so there's a lot of things out there, you know, and I love that in Nigeria and Africa, one of the big pushes has been to get access for students. That's so important to get access. So what I'm going to talk about is some of the things, the technologies that we can use to engage kids in learning and get them really excited, because we know as teachers and educators, once we get kids invested and excited in their own learning, they can go so far. And so I'm happy to share some of the quick things that everyone can get started with pretty easily. Now, what's the best way to do it? Should I share my screen? All right, I'll give this a try. Let me see. I'll give this a try. All right, how is this? Can everybody see my screen? Okay. All right, Confidence, can you see that? Yes, okay. I assume that's a yes. Somebody give me a yes?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect. Okay. All right. Okay. So I'll go through this. So this is the future of learning. Oh, let me play this like that. There we go. The future of learning. Okay. this is who I am. This is my contact information. Pretty much everything I'm going to talk about today is out there somewhere. You can go to my website, you can email me, connect with me on social media, whatever you like. I'd love to be connected to everyone here that is here today and participating, and everyone that is watching in the future. Thank you again for joining us. So in this presentation, it's going to be pretty short, pretty brief, so I want to get right to it. This is the future of learning. The two big things we're going to look at are 5 awesome technologies for learning and 5 awesome jobs for students. Now, as teachers and educators, it's important for us to know just a little bit of a glimpse of what is out there. The technology, so we can bring it into the classroom, but then the important piece is the why, when we're working with kids. So we're going to take a look at just 5 unique jobs that are out there, and there's thousands, but we're just going to look at 5 quick ones that students are really excited about. And the skill sets that come with those are very important for us to learn in this evolving new workforce. So let's take a look. All right, so who am I? I'm a teacher. I was in the classroom for 15 years. I taught 3rd grade and 5th grade, so young kids. I'm also a father. I have 3 children of my own, 2 boys and a girl, the loves of my life. I'm also a speaker. I go around, this is what I do for a living. And the reason why I do that is because of this. I'm passionate about education technology. Anybody that's met me or hopefully has seen me speak knows that this is true. This is what I love. I love connecting and bringing this in, connecting people, bringing technology in, getting teachers, students excited to improve their path of learning so they can really grab hold of it and build a better future for themselves. All right, so here are 5 awesome technologies for learning. All right, the first one is augmented reality, and it's called AR. That's the short version. So augmented reality, and the next one's virtual reality, and I'll go over the 2 real quick. Augmented reality is using a device, a phone, a tablet that you look through and you're getting digital information. Like this happens to be a dragon that I colored in a coloring book. Well, looking through a device, a tablet or a phone, I can move and manipulate that digital asset, that dragon. Well, you can also think about it like this. Let's say you look at a picture of the Earth through your phone. Well, all of a sudden the Earth pops up and it's a 3D hologram basically, and then it has the moon going around it. So that's what augmented reality is, looking through a device and managing and learning from digital assets. There are incredible programs out there, incredible libraries with content and lessons. I'd be happy to share in the chat, or if you want some of those resources, just ask me, connect with me after, I'll share that. That's augmented reality. The next one is virtual reality. So this is where you're actually wearing a headset. You're wearing something that you do not have feedback to the real world. Okay, you are truly immersed. Now, the thing about the difference between augmented reality in addition to that is augmented reality, this one, the masses, everybody can use really quick, really easy. All we have to do, everybody, if there's 30 people in a room or however, everybody has a tablet or a phone, they can have this experience. Virtual reality, you have to have the headset. Okay, so the access is a little more limited, but the experience is very high, very high. The environment is very rich. You can go inside an environment and build a car, learn how to work on an engine. You can go build a home, work on redecorating something. You can learn how to cook. So in virtual reality, think about anything you could do in the real world, you could do in a virtual world. The great things about that is one of the good things in classrooms are taking these field trips. So in every classroom in every school system around the world, we're learning about our own cultures, but then cultures all around the world. Now with virtual reality, we have the opportunity, and you can even do this with augmented reality, go around the world. You can go see the Taj Mahal. You can go into the museums all over the world. You can go into the Eiffel Tower. You can walk the beaches somewhere. That's what the ability of virtual reality does. It actually can take us all around the world. We're starting to get some really powerful lessons that bring us closer as humans. One thing I like to say is technology is actually making us more human. And I'll give you one of the examples. One of the examples is, think about this. I live in the United States. I live in Detroit. I don't live in another country. Well, now with virtual reality, I'm now getting the opportunity to go into, like I'll use one in Australia as an example. There's a virtual reality lesson where you can go in and you can have the point of view as one of the indigenous peoples from a long time ago, and you can go and learn about their culture and their history and a day in the life, whether it's gathering or hunting and tribal ceremonies and stuff. That's just one example. That has given me an experience that I would never have. So it gives me some understanding. There are also great things about empathy, being able to get into someone else's situation and understand what their life might be like. And the nice thing about that is, that's where we're learning a lot about empathy. And there's all kinds of wonderful things in virtual reality. And for sake of time, I'll move on just a little bit. So that's augmented reality, virtual reality. This next one is called mixed reality. What this is when you are typically wearing, like glasses or something, or a helmet, and you can still see the world around you, but you're interacting with either, like, you can see a stylus, or you can use your fingers. Again, very, very high experience, a little more limited because you have to purchase the equipment, okay? Now let's go to this one. All the students are super excited about this one, and I'll go into the awesome jobs in a minute. Autonomous robots. Autonomous robots are being used all over the world, everything from agriculture to transportation to manufacturing. So the great thing about it is autonomous robots and robots in general are very engaging for students because they love to see the mechanics behind them, see how they're working. Well, now what we're really looking at for students is, what are the skill sets? What are the lessons? How do students get involved in coding and programming? And what are the STEM programs or lessons that are involved? Great organizations all around the world helping learn with that. There's a connection from autonomous robots to something I'm going to share in just a moment. So autonomous robots and robots in general are becoming very large field in the workforce. And so it's a very big one. Students can build little Lego things, different robots, program them in classrooms now, and that translate to skill sets in the workforce as they go out and work on their career. So that's number 4. And number 5, I'm very excited about as well, is artificial intelligence. Now, the thing is you may be asking yourself, Brad, how does artificial intelligence or AI play out in the classroom or in learning? Well, the thing is artificial intelligence is impacting most people's lives on a daily basis. And a lot of times we don't even realize it. If you have a device with Alexa or Siri or something at home, that's already an AI or an artificial intelligence. And think about this. I'm going to ask you a virtual question. Raise your hand if you've ever asked Alexa or Siri or anybody a question, right? We all have. What is this? What is this? Well, think about it. AI is becoming a support for students and learning. Okay, they can inquire, and there are actually now some curriculum out there that have artificial intelligence built in. I know there are some algebra curriculum that have artificial intelligence involved with them to help students learn and teach. There are robots that are out there that companies are building to help students work on math and language and grammar, and we'll assist them. And we'll also give you feedback on how engaged a student is. If they're paying attention, if they're not paying attention, they can read the muscles on the face and give feedback saying, that looks like they don't understand. Imagine that. Think about that. I would love to be a teacher everywhere, and we'd love to have more teachers. But think about, an hour where a student doesn't have access to a teacher. We have programs now that can help students learn and can actually be reading the muscles on your face and say, they'll actually say, did you understand that? And they're asking based on, what your facial expressions look like. So artificial intelligence is really coming around as a very big impact in learning and education. We're not really talking about robots taking over the world. We're talking about assistants. We're talking tutors. We're talking student support. So those are the 5 technologies that are really impacting students now and are really going to start impacting students even more in the future. Augmented reality and virtual reality, huge right now. The entry is pretty easy to get into. Things like mixed reality, autonomous robots, and artificial intelligence are here, and they're starting to make more headway as we start to understand how we use them with students, how we use them in the classroom. So those are the 5 technologies. There's a lot more, but those are the 5 that are having huge impacts now. And to go with that, let's take a quick look at 5 jobs that are out there that we need students and their skill sets. So let's take a look at that as we ponder. All right, 5 awesome jobs for students. Let's take a quick look. All right, digital or IoT architect. Well, let's unpack that real quick because there's a lot going on there. We know digital, okay, that makes sense. Architect, okay, that makes sense. So let's just start with those 2. Okay, so think about students. Like, we have students, we know when we're working with students that are 4, 5, 6 years old, we know there's a certain set of students, boys and girls that like to build. They like their hands-on, they like to build with the blocks and do things like that. We also know there's a handful of students that like to play on the computer, are really good with the tablet or good with the phone. The nice thing about something like digital architect, this is a job and a skill set that is necessary now for students. Uh-oh, I hear some microphone back there. For students, this is for students who like to build they can build on a computer or build in a virtual space. So the thing is there are now digital architects in many companies, especially big companies. And what they're doing is they're designing office space. They're designing what the factory floor looks like. So really doing think about the building, but just in a digital space. And the letters IoT stand for Internet of Things, And what that means is being connected to the internet. And I can go on that. If you want more about IoT, just jump on my website. I'll share more about that. You can find some more resources. So digital architect is great. All right, industrial computer engineer and programmer. Okay, so this is anybody programming with the computer and working on many different things. It can be the autonomous robots, it can be robots in a factory. We're going to look at that more in just a moment. All right, a modern data scientist. So the nice thing about this graphic is it shows math. It shows the areas that you would be working on, areas that it needs strong participants in. This is a good one I like to share with students. So we have math and statistics, we have programming and database, communication, visualization, all the soft skills and everything. So that's modern data scientist. This is UX designer, UI designer. I usually ask how many of you are familiar with that, and not many people raise their hands. But let me explain it this way. We all have one of these. We all have a computer that we're on. There's always 2 aspects to all of that. One is the UX, which stands for user experience. This is someone's job to talk about how we as humans interact with the computer. what the buttons are like, what the touch screen's like. Okay, so that's UX, user experience. UI is user interface. What this comes from person who's building it, saying, all right, I'm building the software program. I need people to be able to go in, log in, look up their account, open the program, execute, whatever it might be. So those are two different jobs, and they work hand in hand. And that demand is so big right now, and you can, make very good money. All right, a robot coordinator. Think about that. Every student in class I've shown that to have just fallen on the floor right now because they're like, oh my God, I want to program robots. I want to be a robot coordinator. Think about this. In the manufacturing world, especially right now, in the autonomous vehicle world, think about this. Some of you have probably seen, we see the drones, right? The drones that people fly. You've probably seen the displays of the little mini drones, and there's 1,000 of them flying together. That's an example of a robot coordinator. There's also in large industrial plants around the world. It's interesting, because when I saw this for the first time, I felt like I was in the movie of Star Wars and saw a little robot driving on the floor. I'm like, what is that? Well, on these large industrial companies around the world, they have these little robots that just drive all around the plant floor. Well, what they're doing is they're taking parts from one another. They're moving inventory. They're even cleaning up. Well, someone has to program this fleet of, think about like your little iRobot vacuum cleaners. Think about if you had 50 of those you had to work on, and those were what you worked on every day. So robot coordinator is awesome. That's another one. And so like, where is this happening? Well, it's happening in the classroom. Okay, so all of this, it's happening in the classroom, it's happening in a plant, and it's even happening in space. Okay, these skill sets, I'm just pointing out a few different jobs. Most of them have a lot of the same skill sets. What we're really trying to do is prepare our students with the skills for today and tomorrow. And those skills are important, because then once they have those skills, they can get into so many of the jobs, not only ones I mentioned, but many more. All right, so now let's take just a quick, this will only take a minute. What industries need this? So we've already talked to students about, all right, and teachers, we're doing this as an education, as teachers. We're like, okay, Brad, what's the tech involved? And we looked at the 5 techs, some with very easy entry. Then it's like, okay, so what are some of the jobs? Just give me something so I can excite my students. All right, we looked at that. So we got 2. Now it's like, where is this going on? Well, it's everywhere. We've seen that, classrooms, space, plants, workspaces. Now it's like, let's take a look at what industries. Okay, let's see what industries are out there that we're preparing students for. Let's take a quick look. Automotive, all around the world, automotive. Medical, okay, medical is using these technologies. Manufacturing, you see some of the robots. You see an engineer programming a robot right now. Bank and finance, everything. Agriculture. The crazy thing is now is, we do agriculture from a very simple, my father is a farmer. He was also a colonel in the military, but he was a farmer, and he's farming again, and he farms very basic. He has a tractor, no technology, still does it, the traditional way. When we're talking about growing agriculture and crops for, for the entire plant and stuff, those tractors behind there have tons of technology. They have satellites, they have GPS, they have AI, they have artificial intelligence looking at the amount of moisture in the ground, and does it need to be watered. There are even tractors now that are autonomous that can go and do everything on their own. So, it's so many different areas. Construction, there's construction going on everywhere. Power and utilities. The nice thing about the power utilities is, this is where technology is keeping workers safe. You think about if you climbed up, 200 feet up in the air, you'd really want the use of both your hands. Well, what's been happening is, the worker has a tablet, and so they really only have one hand. So what they've done is they've started making, this gentleman's wearing headpiece. And what it is it's like having a tablet, but it's all voice activated. So he has his hands where he can work and stay safe. Aerospace and aviation, we're now able to look inside of machines and equipment and engines and see what's going on. We can work remote. We can, have somebody join me on a video call and talk to me about a piece of equipment. Engineering and heavy equipment. This is where people are learning how to drive, a piece of heavy equipment. Anything that's safe or anything that's dangerous or expensive, virtual reality is really helping us learn, because if a piece of equipment's $500,000 or $1 million and I'm teaching somebody how to use it, I'd love it if they can do it in a virtual environment first. Or if a job is very dangerous and it's somebody going to be working at very high up in the air, I'd like them to get trained in a virtual environment first so it's safe. So you'll see a lot of that. Transportation, logistics, oil, gas, mining. I think you've realized everywhere. All this technology is everywhere. And remember, as teachers and educators, our job is to really connect with all the students and just find out what are they interested in? Where can we help them? What can we bring in? Because we as teachers know that if we can bring something in that's going to engage our student and help our student, we'll take it. We really don't care what it is. We're non-discriminatory. We'll bring everything in. Like if you say this will help your student, I bring it in. So it's really kind of being educated in a broad sense. So we understand, okay, here are some technologies I can look at. What can I get access to? And then when I do have access, how do I use them? How can I use them in my lessons? And then how can I get the why out to my students so they understand, like, okay, look, I know you want to do this, or how does this look? Do you like building? Do you like using your hands? Do you like programming? Do you like working on a piece of equipment? Do you like working with numbers? Whatever it might be, it's out there. And our job is to inspire them and engage them. So, this is it. So now's the time. I'll just skip through this real quick. And oops, let me do that. I will stop sharing and I will jump back on. So I know I kind of went fast there. I wanted to keep it very, very simple as far as kind of the pieces that we're looking at. I hope it was useful. This is something I love. If you have more questions, please reach out to me on social media, email me, whatever you like. I'd be happy and I'd love to work with anybody that is joining us today. If you are here, drop me a note. I'd love to see how I can assist your school, your students, you yourself. If there's anything I can do, I believe in this. I believe in the power of education. I know what good it can do. And so I'm here to support you as we learn, all about digital citizenship and technology and how they go together. And I'm just thrilled to be part of this. Thank you. Again, Confidence and Mary Alice and Tola and everyone. I don't know if you have a question or two, but I would love to come and spend time with people anywhere you are.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Brad. I don't know if there is any question for him. Anybody has any question for him?
Yes.
Any questions? Okay, Jeff,
yes.
Go ahead. Okay, Jeff.
All right. Brad, thanks a lot. That was awesome. Okay. The part where you had the robot coordinator got me laughing, really, because looking at the technological landscape in Nigeria, that's going to be like a cool one. So, but that's great. Now, I want to just something, and that's the fact that educators ought to be vulnerable when it comes to technology, because there's this do I say antagonistic mindset that many of our educators here in Nigeria have, and I feel that at this summit we should also talk about that, the fact that technology is not replacing you, except you are not willing to adapt. Then there will be no choice than to have technology sweep you off, because most of these things that you have mentioned, Brad, are things that are automated. So when you have a teacher who is not willing to get on board the new normal technologies, then such a teacher may have to be excused. All right. So vulnerability, that's just what I wanted to add. And a final question then is this. When we talk about inclusiveness in the digital citizenship message, right? Inclusiveness may take away the humanity when we start to look at machines. Can you address that?
So I believe, so great points. Being vulnerable as a teacher is very necessary. We need to understand that technology is coming. Even if we don't understand exactly how to use it, we can ask our students to help. We just need to understand as educators that it's coming. How do we not only acknowledge it, but then how do we welcome it and use it to our own benefit, to benefit our students? So I agree with you there. You know, the second question there about, you know, the technology and if it's taking our humanity, what I'll say is it is a lot of it's automated. I said, my phrase I like to say is technology is making us more human. And I'll share the second part of that. What I believe is, and I've seen a lot of this as companies go more, they call it lights out is something. Lights out is where we could run a plant in the dark because it's all automated. Okay, well, the reality is if you're running a plant that's all automated, there are no humans there, correct? We know that. But the thing is think about the jobs. It's not these automation and robots are not taking jobs. What they're doing is they're changing the jobs humans do. Think about this. If I'm working in a plant and all I'm doing is, you know, doing one thing over and over and over and over and over again, that's not very human. I don't have to use my brain. Okay. If I can get a machine to do that, fine. Well, what that does is now somebody has to take care of that machine. Okay. I have to use my brain to understand that machine. I need to use my brain to understand how the business works. And so in that sense, it's taken me from doing a mundane thing that I'm not thinking about to where now I have to think about, oh, okay, I need to understand how this machine works and the bigger process. So, you know, it's shifting what we as humans are doing. I'm not saying like we still need people to do everything. But what it's doing is actually changing the lens of what we are doing as jobs. We're getting different opportunities and being able to use our brain and our thinking even more. So I could go on and on and on, but I would love to talk to you more anytime about what you're doing. I'd love to chat with your group or anything sometime. So yeah, I would love to. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Brad.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. And thank you, Brad. Thank you so much. I guess there are no more questions. No more questions left, right? Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. So, thank you very much. So thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone. I will be going to the next section, which is also the final section now, the call to action. And we'll be bringing in Franca Sulem and also Marialis to usher us into that space of calling us all to action concerning digital citizenship, bringing it to the classroom. So Marialis and Franca, if you're here, you can just come in. Franca, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Franca.
Okay.
Hello, Marialis. Hello, Ma'am Confidence.
So I'll
Franca, how are you?
Is it okay? I'll share my screen and then Franca and I can really talk out this next big call to action. So let me just make sure I can share my screen.
Sure, yeah.
And then no one make fun of all my tabs that are open.
All right.
Here we go. Can you see this? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Oops.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So I know that when I was on, I had issues trying to get on this morning and I was not able to present, but I shared my slides. I'll share them again. This would have been my opening keynote, but I will tell you, I'll just go back there quickly, that really the idea of the Digital Citizenship Summit, that chapter 1 began personally as a mother when I was just learning side by side with my son. And what happened personally happened simultaneously because I was a faculty member at a university, at the University of St. Joe's, working with both undergraduate and graduate students. And this idea of learning side by side. And my chapter 1 really began with this project, which was the iCitizen project. It was an opportunity. It involved blogging and live tweeting. And I can tell you, if you go, I'm using Bunsy, which is one of my favorite platforms, but all of these hyperlinks will bring you to different places. But if I could encourage anything for this call to action, and really after hearing so many incredible speakers and our panelists, is the fact about the importance of collaborating. And even if we have obstacles in our way around technology and access, it can start without the technology. And even if we only have one device, that one device can help really amplify the incredible work that's happening in classrooms. I'll just tell you very quickly that this project happened in the fall of 2011. And on the left-hand side, those are my undergraduate students. And on the right-hand side of the screen is a classroom. I was in Connecticut, and this classroom of high school juniors is in Alabama. And so we were never able to be in the same place at the same time. The entire work that we did was all online. Geography did not connect us, but tech tools did. And I can tell you, the course was called Pleased to Tweet You, or You a Socially Responsible Digital Citizen. And it was really meant for my incoming freshmen. But before the course started, I thought, wouldn't it be great? Wouldn't it be like if we could create an authentic audience? And so I blogged about it and I invited, would any other classroom like to join us? And that's a classroom, high school juniors that joined us. If I were to say anything, it is those connections that will really continue to help move our digital citizenship movement forward. It's about the collaboration, the connections and the collaboration that I hope will continue. I didn't get to show this, but this is what it looked like in 2017 for our DigCit Summit when we were actually there. And this was just a wonderful memory of walking, a walk down memory lane. And Kemi, if you're still on, here we are. I was able to meet Kemi actually before at ISTE, before we actually got, that was in June of 2017. And then this picture right here with my son was then the following month in July 2017. All of these will be, you can have a walk down memory lane when you have this. And I will just go quickly, but I feel like to sum things up, my own journey started with digital citizenship. I know that we shared the 9 elements and Mike Ribble, and it has evolved. When we began, we were in a very reactive place. I'm very happy that it has evolved into a more proactive, where it's not a list of don'ts. It's really focused on a list of do's and the 5 new pillars, and to make sure that you have an opportunity to look at the DigCit commit. But as I shared earlier this morning, I've gone from DigCit commit to DigCit impact, which is really focused in on action. And this is perfect with Franca, where we have this call to action. And this is our roadmap, our DigCit Impact roadmap that we use with school communities around the world, so that learning, and this was even pre-COVID, learning didn't just happen in school. It happened at home, at play, at work. It has a very intergenerational approach where we are willing to learn alongside each other. I know that this morning I talked about, we don't want to talk, having an expert, usually you'd have an expert come in and talk at you, whether that was students or parents or teachers in a professional development. This roadmap really expands that from talking at anyone. We really are moving towards learning with you side by side. So our call to action, I'll go really quickly. This is what it would look like in action. And where you can find us, I'm going to go back to this slide in a moment. But Franca, I want you to share about this SDGs, because we put on a DigCit Summit Cameroon, and as a direct result, we had a DigCit SDGs award. And this video, and I certainly can show it, but I'd love to hear from Franca, because she was on the ground making it happen. It was like identifying real problems and solving them using the global goals. So Franca, you want to just share your perspective about the DigCit Awards in Cameroon and why we want to do this in Nigeria as a direct result of today, as our call to action?
Effectively, Auntie Maria-Liz, summits like Digital Citizenship Summit help us develop a digital citizenship mindset. I first came across the Digital Citizenship Summit in Nigeria, and it was a transformative event for me. And at that time, there was a lot of hate speech in Cameroon. So I said, let me come and do it in my country. And so we coined the DigCit SDG project and also the DigCit SDG Awards. Our aim was to identify, unite, celebrate, and reward youths, leaders of organizations, and even digital users overall who are using social media and information technology to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. As a friend put it, we wanted to use today's most potent tool, that's digital technology, to contribute to what the UN considers today's most urgent needs. That is the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And we also started these DigCit SDGs because we believe that one of the best ways to discourage what is bad is to encourage what is good.
Can I say amen to that? Say that, that is it right there, Franca. Will you say that again?
Yeah, the best way to discourage what is bad is to encourage what is good. So what we wanted to focus our energy on, encouraging and celebrating those that are already using social media and technology for good, as a way of bringing in those who have been using it for bad to use it for good as well. And during these DigCit SDG Awards and the DigCit SDG project in general, we've been engaging them, putting them into partnership, because we know that unity is strength. And events like Digital Citizenship Summit and the DigCit SDG Awards unites them, to keep the idea going, the idea of positive use of social media and technology going. And so that's what the DigCit SDG Awards was about and how it was created. We want them to leave positive digital footprints, because in today's world, social media and technology are no longer luxuries, but necessities. And while we cannot stop our use, while we cannot prevent exposure to these tools, we can at least encourage the users to use it responsibly, because the way information flows nowadays compels us to be responsible in how we use technology.
Okay, Franca, can I just highlight what the idea that all it takes is one person to make a difference. one person to raise their hand and say, yes, I want to be part of that change. And then one person becomes many. And you shared that as a direct result of attending, when we were there in 2017, as one person, you wanted to bring what you experienced at the DigCit Summit, Nigeria in 2017, and you wanted to bring this back to Cameroon. And as one person, you were inspired to bring this back to the youth in Cameroon to solve real problems that were happening, connected to the global goals, and then to use technology to really amplify that message so we could continue to inspire and empower others to say, oh, I can do that. I want to raise my hand. And so I feel like we are now continuing to connect these dots, Franca, and you are an inspiration, and I am so grateful that our paths have crossed, because now here we have an opportunity to come back to DigCit Summit Nigeria. It's like a full circle and an opportunity to say, who's going to continue to lead the way? Who wants to raise their hand and say, we want to be involved in these DigCit SDGs awards?
Yeah, effectively, we are going to have DigCit SDG Awards in Nigeria very soon in January, right, Auntie Marialis? We're having, we also, actually was not just for Cameroonian youths, we actually intended it to be for all youths. But given our means, we could only do it in Cameroon. But now it is such a joy that it's expanding to Nigeria, and I hope it can expand to all countries in Africa and even all over the world.
Absolutely. And I will let you know that there's a sign up here. And we wanted to make sure, just like how, Franca, you did this and you brought it back to your community. We wanted to start, yes, this is going to be ultimately something for all youth everywhere, no matter where you live. But as a direct result where we can have this call to action, we really wanted it to be, if you're in a classroom or you're an organization, whether a nonprofit or a for-profit, and you are working with youth in Nigeria, we really wanted this particular project, this particular award to be about Nigeria. So we could have like that cause and effect that you joined us as part of the summit today. And here's our call to action. So I will make sure that everyone has the link. You can see that little hyperlink there will bring you directly to the form to sign up. Like Franca just shared, we're looking at the end of January for these applications. And then by March, there'll be an announcement. And if I were to go back, I will let you know with that announcement, we are actually going to be doing a lot of work within Beluga. And so that our awardees, our classrooms, our nonprofits and for-profits that are working with Nigerian youth are going to be showcased within this platform. I had shared earlier this morning that this is the community that I chose to be a part of specifically because of the work that they were doing around mental health awareness during the month of May. And that's when I said, I want to be involved with this community. But here are just some examples of some conversations that have already happened there. We hosted our 6th annual DigCit Summit in October for 24 hours, and we held it on Beluga. The beautiful part was that when you have a global event, we need to really expand that beyond just English-speaking presenters. You got to meet Eugenia on the panel. Eugenia, we've been working side by side. She has been doing, like, all of her sessions, even in the 5th annual, were in Spanish, but we had Portuguese, we had a session in Arabic. So for part of this program, and Franca, you had SDG awards in French, right?
Yes.
So we are going to be encouraging whatever that language. I know that we had a presenter for Nigerian Sign Language. For these SDGs in your language, please apply. And the other part is I really wanted to bring attention to another program that we are launching in January. This is different than the SDG, is our Global Impactor Program. So different than an ambassador program, we are looking at a cohort, and that cohort will be global. And what it provides is it's a 12-week program. It will include live sessions as well as one-on-one training with an incredible team. What's listed in here when you get to see this is just the start of the team. We are going to have other mentors, but as we were putting it together, I always want to make sure that you get a yes from people. You don't just put their picture on on the team, but there are other people, like I know that Kemi is definitely going to be part of our team from Nigeria as well. But we would really encourage you as our call to action to continue to want to learn side by side, no matter how old or young you are, no matter what language you speak, no matter what your zip code, where you live. We really have the power as one to become many. And I feel like as part of my entire journey, the most important part is people have self-selected to become part of this movement. And I really believe, I truly believe it's because our focus is on we, not me. And so Franca, is there anything, I'll stop sharing my screen right now, that you'd like to, for parting words to continue to inspire for our call to action?
Okay, I'd just like to mention that because of the deep sit, I won an award from Prince Harry. You remember?
Yes.
Yes. The award from the Commonwealth Award from Prince Harry in London. So I also like to say that the little things we are doing here, we should not take them for granted. And that sometimes when we start, we don't know how it can spread. Like you said, one person can be inspired and many others can be inspired. Now we are 300 in the DITSIT, 300 organizations in the DITSIT community here in Cameroon. Up to 300, I mean, that's many. And then all of these are leaders of other organizations. So they get to spread the message of digital citizenship within their spheres of influence. And so me, I'll say, I just love being in this community. And like I always say, the best way to discourage what is bad is to encourage what is good. And the best way to stay in what is good is to stay among people who are doing what is good.
You know, Franca, honestly, I have always felt like that message really has been the people who have self-selected like you have. It's because you lead, you are deliberate, you lead by hand, heart, and mind. And that's really, you know, the purpose of life, whether that's we're online or we're offline, and our blended approach with hybrid learning. And you are a wonderful role model, and I am blessed to be learning and working beside you, honestly.
Oh man, it's such a blessing. You know, I always thank the Almighty for the time when I met you and Mr. Tola. Mr. Tola, you know, Mr. Tola is my second father.
Oh, absolutely. We've adopted him. My son has adopted him as a grandfather. Amen to that.
He's actually not here, and I wish he was one of the speakers. You know, when I looked at the timetable and I didn't see him, I was like, oh boy. Yes, the DITSIT community has put me in touch with very wonderful people like you, and also like Mr. Tola, and also my auntie, Dr. Kemi, and also Auntie Confidence, and also all the wonderful people that I listened to talking today. It's been such a wonderful experience. And I pray that DITSIT will just grow and grow and grow. Perhaps next year we'll also be having other languages, maybe Portuguese, Chinese. Who knows how far it can go.
Absolutely. So Confidence, if you want to jump back into this, this is really our call to action. Again, it's like we've reopened the door, invited more people to join us. And I'm really looking forward to what has just started, some more seeds that were planted today into going into the future, into 2021, what we will collectively do together.
Okay, let me quickly say this. There's an amazing woman here, Mrs. Charity Babatunde. She might not know me, but I met her. She has been one of those strong voices in digital citizenship. But what can I say? Probably we are just yet to embrace it. Just a few of us in Nigeria, like Dr. Kemi and co, have embraced it. She is one person we all have to watch out for. Mrs. Charity Babatunde, she has been talking about this thing for years that I have known her. She doesn't know I follow her. She doesn't know anything about me apart from meeting her once at a school safety summit. So she's here. I want us to acknowledge her, thank her for coming here. She's an amazing person. She does what she does without anybody pushing her, or she just does what she does for humanity, for students, for kids, for everybody. So she's here, Miss Charity Babatunde. Please, let's reach out to her and thank her. She's an amazing woman. I can't stop talking about her. She's an amazing person. I know she's here. Ma, are you there?
You succeeded in embarrassing me. I did. Where is this coming from? You know, it's such.
You don't know me, but I know you very well.
I'm in shock. Honestly, I'm in shock. But it's my pleasure to do this because I mean, I know that the world has gone digital, and my joy is to be able to see that every child is able to thrive and make the best of the opportunity. So thank you for having me. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
And I know you will still push this drive here even more than you did before. You're still pushing, and you're just an amazing person. Thank you for being here. So Marialis, that is,
thank you.
Just hold her by the neck. She's good at what she does when it comes to digital citizenship.
So this is a setup, right?
I love this. I love this because this is where we continue these connections. It's deliberate, it's meaningful. And it's like connecting the dots, and we continue to expand and grow together. And I know that I had said this earlier, that on that Beluga platform, and that's the community that I made a conscious choice in May, that's where I wanted to be. We are going to invite all of the speakers, all of the panelists, because today, you know, we wanted to be mindful of people's times. We want to do a deep dive with each and every one of you so that the learning continues. It's not just an event where we put a check in the box and say, I attended that event, or I went to that assembly, or I heard that talk. How can we continue in a very deliberate way to continue to learn together? So I can't thank you from the bottom of my heart that this is just a continuation.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you. So I think we all have heard it. We've heard from different amazing speakers. Our panelists are also some very group of intelligent. You know, I heard one statement recently said, sit with people who are winning, the conversation is different. And I was like, when I just got to this place, heard everybody talking, I said to myself, these are winners in their spaces. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming in. The call to action, yes, there will be a follow-up mail from Marialis and I to every one person here, to every speaker, the panelists, every one person. There will be a follow-up mail to each and every one of us for us to continue this conversation. It's not going to start and end here. We're still going to take it further and bring in more people to the community. And yes, we want to bring out an award, an SDG award. This is the SDG award from Nigeria, and together we can. I know we can. So thank you so much. Rob, I don't know, I feel like calling everybody. Rob, Brad, Evin, Dr. Kemi, let me see, Mrs. Charity, Shoeton, why everybody, thank you so much for being here. It was an amazing time being with you all. I'm blessed, I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be among change makers. Thank you so much for coming. So thank you, guys.
Wonderful. As we like to say at the DigCit Summit, that we encourage you all to be the digital change. And honestly, for all of our speakers, and I'm just even looking up above who's still here with us. Thank you for sharing your time and your voice and your passion, and for making a significant difference in your community. And it's just the beginning.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So I think we've ended successfully the second annual Digital Citizenship Summit Nigeria. I'm proud of everyone here, and I'm proud of myself. So I think we all deserve a round of applause for each other. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. God bless us all. And bye. Do stay safe. Please stay safe wherever you are. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye, bye, bye. Bye, Evan. Bye, Cynthia. Bye, Eugenia. Bye, Rob. Bye, Uwaye. Mrs. Charity. Bye. Bye, Franca. Bye, Brad. Bye, Dr. Kenny. Jeff. I don't know. Bye, everyone. Thank you so much.